All right, 3, 2, 1. Good evening, folks. I'd like to call the October 27th, 2020 Select Board meeting to order. There we go. So quick on meeting logistics. We're being broadcast live on RCTV, Verizon Channel 33, Xfinity Channel 22. Also available on Facebook Live, the link from RCTV, as well as YouTube. Public comment this evening, as published, we'll allocate about 15 minutes for public comment at approximately 7:45 this evening. We've updated the resource list to take into account a lot of the information that the Reading Coalition for Prevention and Support has provided to us. And I wanted to make sure that we shared this. We shared it last week as well. But it has a lot more resources for emergency services, for psychiatric, crisis intervention, mental health, substance abuse, and just general outreach. And please, I know that RCTV has also turned this into a banner, so it is playing on RCTV as well. For this evening, we have a slight change in the agenda. We are not going to go into executive session at all at this meeting. There is an imperfection in how we were asking to go to executive session. And so we're going to not do that this evening. We'll fix it. The attorney that was going to speak to us has indicated that there's not pressure to do it this evening, so we will put it onto our agenda for the next meeting. I apologize, this came up as a last minute issue, so we're not going to do that. So what we'll do instead is we'll have the COVID-19 response. Carrie Donnell is here from the Board of Health, and Bob will talk about that. That'll give us a little bit of time that we hadn't planned on. So my thought was we'll bring in liaison reports, and perhaps the communication policy would fit in here. And depending on timing, maybe even go toward goals. We'll do public comment at 7:45 as was planned. At this point, Caitlin, has anyone requested for public comment?
No.
No, so we don't have public comment. We do have a posted public hearing at 8 o'clock on the Bunratty liquor license, and also discussion of the easement request. Then we'll have an update from Ryan Percival on gas leak survey, and the board talking about kind of the next steps from there. If we haven't covered communication, but hopefully we will, we can do communication there. We have a little bit to complete on the town manager FY21 goals, and then to vote on those. Then the town manager review, and then future meeting agenda topics. I know that some of the department heads are hoping to attend at least the review session, probably the goals and review session. And I said that would be okay for them to do that this evening, to attend that. And then we have 2 sets of minutes to go through. So without further ado, I'm going to take my screen off here, and Carrie, can I pass it to you, please?
Thank you, Mark. Good evening. I'm here to talk as usual about COVID-19, and I'm here to say very firmly that people really need to be smart about this. I am increasingly concerned about reports that I'm hearing of from multiple sources of different age groups, of play dates being held indoors with no masks, of sleepovers of groups of children with no masking, of gatherings of children and youth at different areas around town, playgrounds and like, and no masking and no concern for it. And I've heard reports that I know the town manager is going to address about high school activities. And coupling this with what came up on the governor's press conference today about some of the reasons behind the pause in hockey. The reason for pause in hockey, people were refusing to cooperate with contact tracers. They were refusing to provide rosters of players. They were telling, and this isn't every youth hockey team in Massachusetts, but it was enough that it prompted a full pause for the entire state. People were telling athletes that they could quarantine for one team, but they could play for all their other teams. People are just being really cavalier and thoughtless about this, and it's deeply concerning. I know that some folks, say that younger folks won't get as ill, and that so far has been the experience. That's true. but this disease is highly contagious. It's actually more contagious. We knew it was highly contagious. The definition of a close contact was changed last week from 15 minutes consecutively to any 15-minute period over a 24-hour period. It's very easy to transmit this. So even if a child doesn't get that sick, they're going to bring it home to their parents. Their parents could get sicker. If they're asymptomatic, they may be exposing other relatives that folks are sharing space with. And a friend pointed out to me 20% of the, so case counts going up, hospitalizations going up, and 20% of the people hospitalized right now are in the ICU. And I've spent time visiting people in an ICU. I don't wish that on anyone. It's terrifying, it's dangerous. And I want people to please be smart, practice social distancing, wear face coverings, be cautious during Halloween. If you are going to do the trick-or-treating, please do as we said, with small family groups and not going to someone's door and asking for candy, but taking it off of a table. This is not something to play with. And that's my report. I don't know if anyone has any questions.
Board members, any questions? Great, thanks, Carrie. Bob, do you want to do a COVID-19 update as well, please?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to first read an email sent by Kate Boynton, the high school principal, today to the Reading High School community. Administration recently became aware that a large Halloween party is being planned by RMHS students for this weekend. We ask for your assistance in preventing large social gatherings and parties from taking place. These types of gatherings have taken place in surrounding towns and have resulted in schools being forced back into remote learning. In addition, they have the strong potential to be a super spreader event, increase the number of COVID-19 cases, and put vulnerable populations at risk. Thank you for your assistance and support, Kate Boynton. It was back in the age of dinosaurs, but I was young once. I understand how kids look at this stuff because I never lectured my kids on things like this. I just set a good example. You know, if going to a Halloween party is a rebellious activity and would put the school back, you know, in some way on a schedule that you would like, and that's all there was, I'd say knock yourself out, go do it. It's much more than that. For one thing, as Carrie mentioned, you don't know who you're going to infect. It could be your parents, it could be your grandparents, it could be a very fragile population, and you may never know. But even worse, you may one day know, and you will never, ever get over that if it's your fault. You want to be really careful about how you behave. Because it's, when my parents were young, they both quit smoking at different ages because of the Surgeon General's report. Neither one of them ever lectured me not to smoke. They said, smoking will hurt you, do what you want. This is not like smoking. COVID-19 may or may not hurt you, but it surely could hurt others. But to me, the scariest part of all is that, like smoking, for a long time it was acceptable. The health risks weren't understood right away. We don't know what 10 years from now is going to look like. I couldn't live with myself if all of a sudden the 20-year-olds of today in 10 years are now all in the hospital and can't live a normal life, or they die without saying something. So, you know, kids got to smarten up. There's much better ways to rebel than going to a Halloween party, trust me. I'm sure you can be very creative on that. So thanks for your time on that.
Thanks, Bob. Do you want to talk a little bit about ballot box security and election security?
Sure, I can do that now. We got a note from the state on Sunday afternoon, late Sunday afternoon. We all now know because of the library, Boston Public Library ballot box event. And, you know, we cracked down right away. I won't tell you the security measures we took, but we took them immediately on Sunday, and they will continue right through Tuesday. And I will say there will be a police officer present many of the time, but maybe not visible. But on Halloween, They will be guarding the box. It is exceptionally safe for any voter to deposit their ballots in that white mailbox at Town Hall. It will not be harmed. We will protect that ballot. And I can't speak for how Boston was treating it, but I know that our ballot box is emptied frequently. It's much smaller, it gets full much faster, so just as a practical matter, it's emptied frequently. The town clerk staff follow protocol in terms of when they empty the ballot box and how the ballots have to be treated, and then brought into a secure area and locked up in a secure area overnight. So one can never promise anything in terms of what may or may not happen, but we're doing everything we can, and well more than we ever imagined we'd need to do, just to preserve votes that are, ballots that are deposited in that white box. And so far, the town clerk reports that, between absentee ballots brought in and early voting, the turnout is really high. You've seen statewide figures of about a third. We're over that. So far the turnout has been robust and the behavior has been very good. I've been at the library a few times. Everyone's wearing a mask, everyone's behaving themselves. So, all is good in Reading, at least in terms of elections.
Thanks, Bob. And just to reiterate, the reason I wanted to bring the election part here is, please, if you are going to vote in person, please be wearing a mask, please follow social distancing, and please follow the instructions of the folks that will be there to guide you when you're there. Any questions for Carrie before I give her her exit pass? No, all good. Great. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you all. Be safe, be well. Good night.
Good night. Let's do, if we could, liaison reports. Anyone? I know it's been a good 7 days since we last met. Any updates, liaison reports? Oh, great. I saw Karen. Go ahead first, please.
Hi, Mark. I just want to remind all of those folks out there, residents, and any potential town meeting members, that tomorrow night we have a great opportunity. We have a presenter from the department, DOER, Neil Duffy, who is going to present on the Stretch Energy Code, which is coming before town meeting in a couple of weeks. And I encourage everyone to join in that Zoom meeting, and it is posted front and center on the town website. And there's a contact there for planning if anyone has any specific questions. And I understand it'll be recorded and available afterwards as well if you can't make it. But it's really important, given our virtual town meeting scenario, that folks are able to be educated and engaged prior to the actual start. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Vanessa.
Thanks, Mark. I have a few items. One might just be a question for the town manager. First, regarding small businesses, we've all heard about sort of the struggle that small businesses are having these days. This is just a friendly reminder to visit downtown. We love our shops and we love our small businesses. And if we want them to succeed and if we want them to be here a year from now, then we need to be good patrons. So if you have the ability to shop downtown, I know times are tough for a lot of families in Reading. If you have the ability to support our businesses, please do so. In line with that, I did learn about the Massachusetts Growth Capital Corporation. The state has allocated $50 million for small business grants. The application deadline runs through November 12th. If you have questions, our Economic Development Director, Erin, I'm sure can assist you. So please visit that website. Again, Mass Growth Capital. We also had a financial forum last week. It was last week, right? Time has sort of lost all meaning. Okay. And Sean Brandt from the school committee, formerly of the finance committee, made a really interesting point about should we be accelerating capital expenses now, given the low interest rates that exist. And so not something to do sort of a deep dive right now, but perhaps, Mark, as we enter the budget process, this is something, I'd love to hear Bob's thoughts on, in the medium-term solution, are we better off paying for things now at the low interest rate because chances are they're going to increase in the future. So if that's something we can discuss. Regarding the water tower, I had some questions for Bob, just as far as, I got some questions from residents, when the town will present a solution for the placement of the cell antennas, and that we ensure that we're dealing with both the water tower and the cell antennas as a unit, as one issue, as opposed to separating them out. Because if we split them up, we might be missing something. And the last one, Bob, in your memo in the packet today for this week, there was a question about CPDC and public spaces. So I'm not sure when if you're planning on talking about that in your report or at a future meeting, but I have a handful of questions for that. Thank you.
Thanks. Other updates, Ann or Carlo? Carlo?
Very brief. I wasn't able to attend, but I did turn on the TV while Historic Commission meeting was on, and they are working with the developer on the Chronicle building to incorporate some historic photos either in the lobby or on the window, or they're still figuring out that first floor design. So the developer was very eager to help them with that, and maybe not reconfigure the building, but there was questions about the front window where the commercial space is in the lobby, but the lobby is not open to the public. So there's some back and forth going on, but and I also learned that that site was either a former service station or gas station back in the day, many moons ago. And there's some photos referring to that as well. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks, Carl. I've got a couple of updates. I got a request from Kevin Bowmiller regarding Veterans Day for a speaker. Wednesday, 11/11 at 11. And if the board is willing, I would enjoy doing that. I've not done one of those before and would really like to do it. But if others feel strongly about it, I'll wrestle you 2 out of 3. No, that's okay.
Be honored to have you represent the board.
Thank you. Second, there are a couple of surveys that are going on right now. One, Elder Human Services has a survey out asking for more input in terms of what services people need and want. So that, I think, went out last week, I think, roughly. And then also the rec survey is out. So looking for responses to that. Last on my list, at the command meetings, one of the things that was discussed that you'll see in the notations was election security. And I imagine it may come up if there's a command meeting again on Monday, but that Chief Clark is working very closely with the whole command structure on the appropriate response to that. And it's a function to some extent of what comes in from the state and federal officials in terms of what might be needed to ensure security. Whether or not that would have an impact on Reading, unknown, but it's being monitored, and just wanted to kind of mention that for everyone's behalf. That's it on my list. Bob, how about on your list?
Only a couple things left. We sent out a reminder about the stretch code meeting to 310 builders, developers, project engineers, project architects, and land use attorneys. So I imagine that some of them will come. Phil mentioned he'll try to record the meeting so that he can provide it over the next 2 weeks before town meeting. Laura Gem is also going to attempt, between her election work, to remind town meeting members with an email sometime either tonight or early tomorrow. So we've got that covered. I do have a question for all of you. And I've asked this question of the moderator. I don't have an answer yet, but I'm optimistic. There's been some discussion that there's going to be a gas leak update as part of town meeting. Now, in working with Alan and many others, there is no such update planned under reports. The moderator had requested the 2 reports we know about to be in print, and presumably by now you've all got your warrant reports, so you should see those reports. But what I asked them is we have to send out electronically motions for town meeting, so we still need to communicate with members. And if he is willing to accept some kind of a written report or written summary about the gas leak update, that would be a good opportunity to provide it to town meeting members. So I can't speak for him, but if he's okay with that, I'm going to want someone to write that up. So I'll just throw that out there as a suggestion. In terms of the cell tower water tank, I did speak to Ray and Ivrea about 2 hours ago. They're still working on that. We plan an update in November. It's just too soon to say whether it'll be the definitive final word in November. That would be the goal, but it's too early for me to promise their work. And I'll ask planning staff about CPDC. I forget the CPDC meeting schedule, but my recollection was I put it on early for you to know about, and that CPDC would like to talk to you sometime before January. So I know your schedule is pretty tight in the first couple of weeks of December. So maybe at a minimum, Julie or Jean could come in your next meeting or just write a quick summary of the situation. There's nothing planned yet. And that's all, Mark.
Thanks, Bob. Just if I could, Vanessa, your question in terms of capital, when we talk about the goals soon tonight, one of them, in fact, is capital projects. And maybe that's a really good opportunity to discuss process and what we're looking for. Because that is one of the goals that's on the list specifically. And I'm sorry, last one, mock town meeting, I believe is Saturday, November 7th, I think. And hopefully you've already received information about it, but if you're interested in participating in that, that's a good opportunity. Again, a lot of the goals here are just to make sure that everyone is comfortable using Zoom and is able to get on and to vote, raise their hand and things like that. Okay, so would it make sense to talk about the communication policy? Can we bring that forward? Ann, does that work for you? Thanks. You are on mute right now.
Sure, happy to talk about that.
I can share the document, Ann, if you prefer.
That works. That'd be lovely. So Bob and I worked on this together, and I don't think you can tell from the edited document, but some of the edits are his and some of them are mine, but we both thought it was a good proposal to bring before you. Bob did point out it does not address how we manage liaisons, but it deals with primarily with how our electronic correspondence will be handled, and provides a particular role for both the secretary of the select board and the town manager with respect to closing the loop with residents. So there are kind of, as emails come in, they might take the form of, asking for action from the board on a particular matter within the board's jurisdiction, while others might require action by town staff. So if it is the latter, it would be addressed as Part 2A describes. The secretary would respond and copy the town manager and note as much to the sender, indicating that it would be followed up with by town staff. And then if it's requesting that the board take action on a particular matter, the sender would be advised by the secretary that request for action will appear in the next available published meeting schedule under future agendas as appropriate. Now we have in the past operated under a policy that everything that comes in ends up in the packet unless it's privileged legal material, or that's at least how we've operated in theory. But I think there have been occasionally some exceptions to that rule. If a minor child either is the person who addresses the board, or if we receive some communication involving a minor child, that does not seem to be something that should be included within the select board packet, or perhaps it should be redacted. So we and then also provided a bit of a catch-all that if the on the advice of town council, we don't include a piece that it would not be included. I also thought it worth including an exception if the correspondent specifically requests that their correspondence not be included in the packet. We have a lot of very savvy residents in town who know the way our meetings work, our sort of routine of publishing emails that are received, but not every resident who thinks of emailing their elected official would assume that that elected official or their elected official would proactively publish their email online. And so I think it's worth notifying residents of that and allowing them to opt out if they prefer that that their email not be published in the packet. It would still be a matter of public record. People could still access it, but it seems like it would be a courtesy to members of the public who may or may not realize that what they're sending to their elected officials would otherwise be proactively published online.
Anne, if I may, I did get an answer from Ivrea on that question.
Okay,
And it paraphrases what you just said, but let me just read some of it.
sure, great.
The board can waive its policy regarding the contents of a meeting packet, or better yet, include as part of its policy a provision that the chair may grant a request to exclude a communication from the contents of a board's packet. And then the rest of it, she agrees with what you said, that public records law would still govern whether the communication is excluded, whether it's subject to release, rather.
Very good. So I'm not fully, I didn't fully internalize what you just said.
You certainly can, offer that option for residents.
Mm-hmm.
She said it might be better if the chair would actually waive it on a case-by-case basis, such a request, and that your policy say that. Just for background, our expectation, or mine, is that when the board is satisfied with a draft policy, the town council will review the whole thing.
And then we would have a hearing, correct?
Then you would need to post a hearing, yes.
So if you're recommending that all of these be sort of subject to the chair's waiver versus a correspondent requesting, or?
Only the part, let me find it here. Unless the correspondent specifically requests otherwise. So he's just suggesting that the chair review specific requests not to be included in a meeting packet. Which, it'd be simple enough if Carlo as secretary is sending out his information and someone writes back, I'd really prefer that it wasn't in the packet, then Mark just can join in the conversation.
Okay.
So just to think practically for 1 second. So it comes in through the standard select board email channel. So all board members receive it. The resident in this case would then be requesting, saying, hey, please do not put this into the packet. And then Ivrea's suggestion is that the chair would then review that and decide to grant that or not.
That's correct.
Vanessa.
Just as far as how we're going to go through this, are we taking these one at a time, or is Anne going to go through all of them? I have a couple questions on this, whether or not an email is included in the packet. So should I chime in now or wait?
Sure. I think I probably, before I started going through this in a not exactly linear way, should have checked to see how people wanted to do this. But why don't you ask that, and then we can talk about whether you want to go sort of paragraph by paragraph, or if you just want to ask questions based on what's already here. Go ahead, Vanessa.
Thanks. So is the concern the content of the email itself, or the person or the individual resident's email address? And the reason I ask is because there are times when the board will receive on a particularly significant issue before the board 100 emails. So if we receive 100 emails and then people realize that they maybe don't want their email included in the packet and 30 of them respond, then the chair or the secretary has to go through all of those and then work potentially with, make the determination, coordinate with Caitlin. So I want to make sure we're not trying to find a solution for a problem that may not necessarily be a problem. I'm 100% behind if there's a minor child or privileged legal information, no question. But simply at the discretion of individual residents makes me a little nervous, both from the workload perspective that's going to create for the board, in addition to the staff, and if it's a necessary solution that we need. So I guess my question is, what was the concern you were trying to address?
I suppose it's one that I had about residents' personal preferences, beliefs, expectations, and privacy. They may not be aware. We have a lot of very active residents who are very well aware that if you email the board, it ends up in the packet, but not everyone is. And some people may not want the contents of their email to their elected officials relaying a problem that they have to be published online. Certainly by public records, unless there's a public records exception, it still is a public record and it could be requested, but
my preference or my recommendation would be that, I'm just looking at them now. Which item is that? Is it?
It's in the first.
So sorry,
unless the court, yeah.
Yeah, I would recommend removing that. I worry that's going to create, I agree, I've gotten questions too from residents saying, oh, I didn't know my email was going to be in the packet. So I understand the sensitivity, but I'm a little worried that it's going to create more problems than it actually solves.
I would see it, I do agree. I didn't know about the, about IVRIA's recommendation with respect to then kind of adding another layer with the chair sort of ruling yay or nay on requests. And that does sort of, that could result in some sort of uneven treatment, which would give me pause. I do think then it's especially important that number 2 be followed, that the secretary acknowledge in their acknowledgement of the receipt of the correspondence, note that the correspondence will appear in the next available select board meeting packet. I would like to see this, but that's my preference. I think it's sort of courteous to residents who may not have that an expectation that what they're writing is going to be published. So, but that's my preference.
If we were to remove unless that portion of the sentence in section 1, I'm perfectly comfortable with section 2.
Carla, you got a comment?
Thanks. Yeah, I think myself, and I guess Mark would have the more recent experience, but less than a handful of times have I had a request, mostly because their personal phone number was part of their signature address or something very, very minor. And, Mark was secretary for a full year, so maybe he has some experience with this, but I agree with Vanessa. I think we're just making a lot more work for the entire board, whoever is chair, whoever's secretary at the time. And I agree, Ann, that not everyone knows that their email is going to be in the packet, but if there's extenuating circumstances, but for the majority, in my 6-7 months as secretary, it's come up less than 5 times.
So how do you handle those exceptions to the rule when people do want something, either their email not published or their email signature modified? How have you handled that?
So number 2 is what I do. Item number 2 is, my general response. Thank you. Your email will be in the next packet. We're doing our best, and a proper email that Mark helped me with as a response as the secretary. And then if I get a reply back, and then I include Caitlin and Bob on, please do not include this in the packet or remove the personal phone number or what have you. And that's worked out well so far. Haven't had any complaints after the fact because, Caitlin gets it done. And that's been my experience. And again, less than 5 times, maybe even less than 3, but I remember specifically a few cases, there was some phone numbers in the email address as well.
I don't remember it ever happening when I was secretary that there was even a request to redact or not publish.
So is there something, we could do something like, unless the correspondence specifically requests the omission of personal information?
Again,
I think we're sort of creating an issue here.
Karen,
because the other,
if we don't have some kind of exception, then we wouldn't be following the policy if we honored a resident's wishes to either not publish or
I think with the infrequency with which this arises, I think this is a solution in search of a problem. I think, if we want to have a blanket policy of if there's a phone number, then those have to be redacted. I think that's fair. And that is sort of protects people's sort of private information. Beyond that, I just think it's going to create more work than issues that it's actually going to resolve. But I absolutely agree about the legal portion and the minor section.
Karen, any thoughts?
Sorry, I was I was looking at the town website. Okay, so I just noticed we don't disclose specifically right up front. It says, email the select board here, but it doesn't necessarily say, maybe we could disclose it there. I think people should know who it goes to. My understanding is it not only goes to us, but it also goes to town manager and currently Matt Cornellis. So we might as well let them know where it's going and that it should be published. I would rather not add more work to the secretary's job, and I appreciate the comments from prior secretaries. Helpful to frame it, and I'm in agreement with excluding minors if that makes a lot of sense.
So maybe just take that little phrase out, and I think we're good. And I think Karen's point's a good one too. Let's make sure the website is clear on here's how you send email to the board. It will become part of the packet and public record.
Okay, would you all like me to go through paragraph by paragraph now, or would you like, should I just take your questions?
Anne, would you agree that the last part of portion bullet point 2 would also need to change? I think you'd want to delete this as part of the change above. Is that right?
Absent an exception in
an exception. I guess it's not their objection.
I think I'd previously maybe just had objection.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question for my fellow board members? There may be a small minority of situations where correspondents don't want their email published, but for those situations where it does arise, we don't account for that in the packet, or excuse me, we would then not be accounting for it in the policy, and it would have to be published, despite their objection, unless we view this as a policy is more guidelines than rules.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we need to create a policy for every exception or situation. I think if someone were to say, please omit my email address from the packet, I mean, Caitlin sees them, so I think that would be easy enough to accommodate. I don't think we need to box ourselves in with a blanket policy.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not boxing ourselves in by not accounting for this situation, which does happen even if not frequently.
I'm rereading.
Yeah, we're all rereading.
Mark, can I ask a point of information?
Sure.
So I did pull up the rest of the communications policy. So Anne, thank you for putting all this time into this, and Bob too. So we're just addressing the electronic communications aspect of 1.4? Because there's more, but this isn't going to be a whole replace. This is just about electronic communications and how they'll be handled.
Primarily.
I have a solution. All right. This is going to be like when we do bylaws. Oh, wait, no. Bob, can you bring that back?
Sorry,
How
I was
about
just going to
changing
look at the
part?
current policy. Let's see. You see that?
Okay. Yes, perfect. Thank you. All right, you ready? Electronic correspondence sent to the whole select board may be made available to the public instead of will.
I think that puts us back into the heavy lifting column of looking through them and seeing which ones said yes and which ones said no. I'm not sure that got us out of anything.
I mean, I think we're overthinking this.
Yeah, I think that's been, our policy has been to publish. In a year and a half, there have been less than 3 potential exceptions requested. And it's been hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of correspondence, pieces of correspondence. I think I would let it ride. Let it ride, meaning take out the exception. It will be made available to the public in the next packet.
But it's the expectation of the board that where someone made some kind of special request, that could be dealt with at an administrative level or by the secretary in conjunction with staff.
Yeah, I
But
think,
we're not writing it in there, but that is everyone's expectation.
yes.
Unless it gets out of hand, in which case it becomes blanket again. Because when I was secretary, I think it came up once or twice. Yeah, this to me is, of all of our communication policy updates, sort of getting hung up on this one is not a big priority, I think.
Okay.
I think as it reads right now, so a minor child or privileged or town council, I think that's it, my opinion.
Okay. 2, not 2A or 2B, but 2, I believe, is consistent with what Carlo currently does as secretary in responding to emails sent to the entire board, acknowledging receipt and noting that that it will appear in the next available select board meeting packet. I'm actually wondering, so this is saying that the acknowledgement has to say absent an exception in section 1.4.1.1, but I see your point, Bob. If the exceptions don't include a correspondent making that request, then I don't think the members of the public who are emailing us need to know that there's an exception for privileged legal information.
So you could do that.
We do want there to be, I would undo. I think you deleted a little too much.
Okay.
We do want.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. Exactly.
What is 1.4.1.1?
Yeah, let me take a step back. Your current policy, section 1.4, has 2 parts. It has 1.4.1, select board communication, And then it has, I'm sorry, 1.4, yeah, 0.1. Then it has 1.4.2, access to public records. And that's the entirety of section 1.4. So Ann and I have not discussed this, but I assume and I believe she intends the document in front of you to entirely replace 1.4.1, but to leave 1.4.2 access to public records as it is.
I've
And
not,
I can
yeah.
share that if you want.
I haven't reviewed 1.4.2.
Okay.
So I think that as written right now, I think it's correct as written right now, without deleting what you have in gray. The exception is essentially for privileged information.
Right, but I don't know that we need to say, this is saying what the select board secretary has to send out. I don't know that Carlo needs to tell Joe Smith, who emails, that your correspondence will appear unless this is privileged legal information or on the advice of town council. So.
I agree. Everybody okay with taking out that part in gray right now?
Yep.
Let's do it. I would suggest if you just highlight if there's anything you really want to highlight, Ann, that would be fine. Other than that, I would say let's do questions that members have.
Oh, okay, great. And so folks know I did go, I think this was maybe back in July when Bob and I had a couple back and forths on this, and there was some months in between a couple go rounds, but I did review a November 2019 meeting when we'd last discussed this and sought to incorporate feedback that the then board had. So.
Mark?
Aaron. Yep.
Okay, so looking back at the select board communication policies at the beginning of 1.4, so that's a lot of different topics. So that's why I was wondering. So we're going from a select board communication policy, which, you know, covers a number of areas. And if Ann's section that we've just discussed tonight is going to be a global replace, suddenly we're only talking about electronic communication. You know, I specifically have felt the need for written material. Doesn't have to be dead in this day and age, especially when we're seeking ways to reach out to people that we can no longer have coffee with easily. So I'm not comfortable with this policy just completely replacing everything that's under 1.4.1. And that's why I was asking for that clarification.
Bob, do you want to bring up the
Here's the current policy.
Ta-da! So it dives down, you know, in the paragraph, much of the correspondence to the select board is electronic. And so definitely, you know, this belongs in there, but I've already requested, I would love stationery or a business card or something, because there's still value in the printed word. And we don't have something that we can easily put in our select board emails, other than looking at where the email came from. That's just the one little email. So all of the town staff send out information clearly stating their role and the town seal. And I still think there's value in the beginning of this communication policy.
I agree with Karen. I had to print my own business cards. They're less useful now, but they were for quite some time. And the same is true of the stationery. I don't think we need printed because nobody has typewriters these days. But an electronic version in Word that I'm sure the town has, because we see it all the time, should just be a standard thing when a new member joins the board. So I agree.
So Ann, was your intention to be removing all of that above everything on 1-10 would be coming out, or was that staying in and you were replacing what's below it?
You know, it's It's been so long since I started this process, I don't remember.
Can I suggest, can we do this? I think that what is being discussed right now relates to how we're going to respond to notes that come into the board. Why don't we get ourselves comfortable with that? And we can ask Ann and Bob to go back, take a look and just see what they would recommend for a fit related to that entire section.
Yeah,
But
I
let's
think
at least get the
I think I
electronic.
must have been thinking that it was basically defunct because I'd never, it's the existing policy, but I'd never been offered stationery, for example. So.
Yeah, I think rather than get bogged down on that right now, why don't we focus on kind of the outbound, when someone sends a note in, this is kind of how it's going to be handled. Let's resolve that first, then we can bring it into the structure of the entire paragraph.
If it's at all helpful, I think this is fabulous and I have no other comments. So thanks, Anne, for taking this on.
I have one question, Anne, and I'm as it relates to when there's something that is expecting a response.
Mm-hmm.
At some point, are we going to have a separate discussion about the management of requests and follow-ups? And is that something that we'll probably refer to in this section? That not only will it, I think the comment in here is it'll be, if it's referred for action, the follow through that goes with that.
So that should be there. So number 4. So if something requires action by town staff, then the town manager is encouraged to reply directly to the sender and to update the entire select board on a timely basis, either through email or at the next select board meeting. With respect to issues that are that come in by email and are requests for action by the select board, those come under future agendas.
Right. So what if there's an item, we've regularly run into situations where there's an item that can't be resolved by the next meeting. And then it kind of is on a list of things. And I think what we've talked about is a way to track that so that if it lasts beyond a meeting or two, there's a way to assure that we're updated and that there's closure brought to the issue so that we know that, we dealt with it or we couldn't. And then over time, now it's been dealt with, it's resolved. And I think we talked about a list, an Excel sheet or something, but a way to keep track of those and to make sure that they come to closure. And sorry, I did see this and it didn't click for me because
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
That this is like
quick,
an
great.
update at the next meeting, but we need the update on the this has been brought to closure as well, even if that hasn't happened by the next meeting.
Right.
I wonder if 4 could have an extra sentence then.
Yeah, it might even, we may want to describe a policy there that just says that this is how it's going to happen. There'll be a tracking system established and get regular updates till closure, something like that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
How about final resolution will be brought to the board or something like that? Not perfect words, but.
Yeah, I think there may be advantage to having kind of progress as well as finality.
Well, you can always ask for that though.
Yeah, I think one of the problems is that it's hard. I mean, once we've kind of talked about it, it isn't necessarily at the top of our personal lists. Yeah. And to have a way to kind of keep it there, I think is important. And again, I appreciate not everything can get resolved by the next meeting and priorities and a variety of things could impact it. But I think we've been talking about finding a way to track items to closure. And I think maybe it gets mentioned here and then we more thoroughly flesh it out. But I think that's an important part of this also, so that it's not okay just to say, hey, it's going to get discussed. I think it needs to get
I don't know if like Excel is a preferred tracking type of system for you, but something like that would certainly, a sort of ongoing sheet with just status, resident, issue, status.
Anne, I can work with you offline on this. I understand what the objective is.
Yep, very good.
Carlo, you had a thought.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question, and and we have a few minutes till our hearing. I guess what we're talking about right now is more, I'm not gonna say call it bigger issues, but if the board gets a email about public safety, public works, I reply and I include the appropriate people to help with the request, question. So we're talking maybe bigger issues that we want. I mean, and usually the question gets asked and answered and everyone's satisfied, but sometimes it's open-ended. So I guess, are we talking about everything?
I think if it's resolved right away, then maybe it was on the list and it gets crossed off instantly and it disappears. That just assures that kind of everything comes to closure. I'm much more concerned with the ones that don't come up.
But the full board should be told.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
okay, there's a issue with this person's sidewalk. Oh, it was fixed. Okay, it was fixed. I think the full board should know that got dealt with because it came to our attention.
I would agree. I don't, not being the secretary, I have zero visibility to whether the email has been replied to, whether the issue has been fixed, whether it fell through the cracks by accident. I'm zero visibility. And I agree with Mark. We have been trying to figure out how to close this loop.
So Carlo, under this policy as drafted, if you got an email, related to a sidewalk, you would copy Bob. You wouldn't necessarily have to know which member of staff to copy. You would copy Bob and note to the resident that you were copying him.
Yeah, I always copy Bob, and then, I can figure things out and copy Jane or copy Chief Clark or Chief Burns, and I can, most of the questions are pretty specific. If it's vague and I have no clue, and Bob is CC'd on all my responses, and a lot of times we get a response pretty quickly, but I get everyone's point, and I agree, is that, like Karen said, not everyone sees the responses because it might include me and Mark or me and Bob, because I'm the one who forwarded the question because it came to the board first. Sometimes residents put the board, Chief Clark, Jenkinseller, pick a department, and they include that in the original email, but a lot of times they don't because they don't know where to go to. So, but yeah, I think having a tracking system is, we've talked about this before, would be very helpful. And that's what I asked. Is it going to be the minor stuff, the major stuff? Is it everything in between? Some are pretty simple questions, but some are more detailed that take time or they're in the works, or PTTF already knows about it and they're working on it. And so I guess how much do we want to, how much detail do we want for the in-between?
We don't
I don't
necessarily
think it
need
needs-
that much detail. We just need to know status, like,
Yes.
okay, under review by PTTF, for example. That would be, an example of status. That would be helpful to know. And I think Bob had drafted this, I think the 2A and 2B here. I am actually thinking about, in terms of closing the loop, if the correspondence requests action from the board on a particular matter within the board's jurisdiction, the sender will be advised that the request for action will appear in the next available published meeting schedule under future agendas as appropriate. So that would be on Carlo to actually write that. But although we don't actually specify, we say the sender will be advised. We should probably note by the secretary, if that sounds right to folks. But then how do we ensure that actually happens under future agendas? And then it sort of becomes that's for the board to track, not staff to track. I don't know if that's something then that the secretary would track or the chair would track.
I don't think we're trying to create something new for the board to track. I think we're trying to just basically get status updates that the entire board can see.
But this is where something is not the responsibility of town staff. This is where a resident is looking for example, the select board to develop a town-wide tree policy. That's not something for that's for the select board to make a decision on.
I think, I see your point, Anne. I think that this is a nice example of where the select board collaborates with and relies on town staff, because if that were the case and a resident wanted a uniform tree policy, then it is unlikely that we as the board would actually sit down to physically write a tree policy when none of us are knowledgeable on tree policies. We would rely then on the staff. And so I think that a very simple tracker with the issues that come in, the date, and a simple status, and they could be part of the town manager's updates, part of the town manager report that we get at every meeting. I personally am not looking for a deep analysis on how the staff handled it. I trust them to do that, and that they're qualified to address their resident issues. But, you know, to Carlo's point, it is nice to have that closure, and to know that someone is keeping track, because we have seen, unfortunately, where sometimes, you know, a request from a resident will fall through the cracks. So again, I think we may be overthinking this a little bit. I have to imagine that the staff has some kind of system to make sure, especially for the bigger issues, right? The one and dones are pretty straightforward, but I have to assume, you know, for any project that takes longer, that they're keeping track of it. So we're just asking them to loop us in.
Can I suggest Bob has handled it very well right here in yellow. It says add in closure. I think that goes offline to suggest some ideas on how best to do that. And I think Bob is in the best position to do that.
I'm just wondering though, because I at least was envisioning that when there are requests for action by the board, that is a separate category than issues involving town staff. And we've broken it out that way with 2A and 2B.
Can you scroll back to 2A and 2B for a sec, please, Bob?
And the way this is formulated, really 2B is the select board, not the town manager's responsibility to track. Or really it doesn't quite specify, but it doesn't put it over to the town manager in the way 2A suggests.
So you're suggesting that 2A would be this kind of tracking list.
Mm-hmm.
And
But 2B wouldn't necessarily be.
I'm going to go back to my comment from section 1 for this, or item 1, which is that I think we're overthinking it. I think there's always going to be sort of a range of issues that cover from the very simple to the very complex. And I hesitate to create a policy that sort of, again, overly blocks us into a certain procedure that may not necessarily apply. You know, there's something to be said for giving us room to maneuver and giving the staff room to maneuver as well. So I like a little bit of flexibility, sort of being a default in these policies.
Yeah, and what if the tracker could just have a column that says who's responsible, and select board could be an option?
Okay. So to your point, back to the highlighted portion. One thing I would note that this does not address are issues raised in public comment that don't come in electronically. It may be that we add, you know, that maybe that's something, would that be something that you would want me and Bob to discuss as part of the tracking system? Although it's not, you know, not electronic.
I think that's easy enough. We just add it, you know, it doesn't have to just be electronic communication. It could be, you know, issues that are brought to the board's attention, and so therefore it is sort of intentionally broad. So it can cover public comment, it can cover, you know, there's been a number of times where individual board members raise an issue saying, a resident asked me about X. That can sort of fall into that same category.
Okay,
Again, I'd rather be overly inclusive.
got it.
Karen?
I was going to comment that we learn a lot when we get public comment, and you're right, these items come up. But in terms of making forward progress, sometimes it is helpful to have a formal request to consider something versus trying to track numerous public comments just in the course of doing business. So the tree example, we can go back to that policy. I believe it may have come from the hearing, forgive me if I'm wrong, or we may have had an email that specifically said, would you consider putting this policy in place, which makes it a little easier to track.
I'm trying to quickly show you, without going into any detail, this thing right here on the front page of the website, report a problem, is a tracking system. So either staff could use it, or we could ask residents to use it, or whatever. So, and this is a way, you know, there's maps, people can track their requests. It's primarily used by DPW, but there are other tools we have, and Ann, you and I can chat about this offline.
Great.
Karen?
Is there an, thank you, Mark. Is there an other category in there, Bob?
Oh, and the tracking system? Yeah, I'm
Yep.
sure there is.
Yep,
Yeah.
because, you know, that's another thing. So sometimes our packets are quite long and sometimes we get a lot of emails. And a former select board member had suggested to me that a good way to work with residents and businesses who have a concern is to ask them if they've tried to solve the problem directly with staff or perhaps through this system before addressing the entire select board. What do the rest of my colleagues think about that?
I think it's exactly, it's going to be the most expeditious path. Any other comments on that? No, okay. Any other comments on or questions for Ann? I think we've given a task to go back with. Any other questions before we close out on this matter? No. Okay, great. Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Bob. It's a tough thing and it's great to get it rocking. Let's go to the hearing. I believe I have a slide. Give me 1 second, Carlo, and I can make things work. Here you go.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, please.
To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the select board of the town of Reading will hold a public hearing on October 27th, 2020 at 8 p.m. remotely on Zoom to act on an alteration of premises request for an annual all alcohol restaurant license for RKR Corporation DBA Bunratty Tavern at 620 Main Street, Reading, Mass. A copy of the proposed documents regarding this topic will be in the select board packet and on the town website.
Final resolution will be brought to the board.
What?
Oh, somebody needs to
Oh.
silence themselves.
Copy of the proposed documents regarding this topic will be on the select board packet or on the town website at readingma.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing or may submit their comments in writing or by email prior to 4 p.m. on October 27, 2020 to town manager at ci.reading.ma.us per order of Bob LaSure, town manager.
Thanks, Carlo. Caitlin, do we have the folks from Bunratty's?
Yes, they are connecting.
Great. Hi, Eilish.
Hi, Mark. How are you? Am I
Good,
muted?
You're not muted. We
Can
hear you
Okay.
and we see the beautiful scenery behind you.
That's where we should have been in April.
Is that the cliffs of Moore?
Yes,
Very nice.
yes. Unfortunately, it didn't happen twice so far this year. So let's hope for next April I rebooked again. So yeah, fingers crossed.
Great. So did you plan to speak specifically, or did you want to respond to questions? What were your thoughts here?
I guess respond to questions.
Okay, so board
And
members.
then
Yeah, I'm
before
sorry,
we
Bob,
talk,
did you have something?
yeah,
And yeah, Eilish, I have, I can share a screen that shows your plans.
yeah.
Why don't I just do that?
Yep, great. Sorry, I've got my wrong.
Can you
screen.
see that, Eilish?
Yes. So the top part of it is our existing location. The bottom right-hand side is our expansion. So as you can see from there, we have, you know, the bar, bathrooms, and seating. It's freestanding seating, which helps us out right now because of COVID. We're glad we didn't put booths in or anything like that. So primarily, the reason for us taking that expansion room was to have a private function room, because I don't know, most of you may know, we have a lot of functions, but we don't have a private spot. Some people, depending on the occasion, want to have a private spot, and then there's other people who want to have private on Friday or Saturday night. And we, you know, we can't close down to our current customers because we have a reputation at this point now for, you know, Irish music and everything like that. So, and our clientele is an older clientele, which wouldn't be on social media where I could notify them that, you know, we're closed or anything like that. So this was a perfect situation for us when this became available. Currently, of course, now, when we open, we would be limited to 25 people if we were to do any functions in there. So currently it's going to run as a, you know, freestanding dining room. Our hope is to have it open when we no longer have the use of the patio seats. So we can use the tables next door in the hope to replenish those tables.
Just a quick comment, Eilish, when you talk about your patrons, I would just suggest you say slightly older as opposed to older.
Hey, they're my age. So yeah, but we have such a following that of beautiful customers that come in all the time, and I would hate, you know, and that we've closed down in the 5 years that we've been in there, we close down one night a year for a special band from Ireland that has traveled the world. And that's the only time that we ever close down, and people know about that. And it's advertised, you know, everywhere, especially when I was on the Irish radio stations and everything. That's where our older clientele would get their information from, because they listen to the Irish Hit Parade every Saturday and Sunday. But that's the only event that we've, in our history, we've never closed down for anything other than that private concert. So this gives us our clientele next door, we're hoping, you know, that are not there for the private functions will be of the age that they won't mind if they come and the place is actually closed down for private function.
Great. And I'm sure you've spoken with your neighbors, the abutters, about your expansion?
Yes, well, to direct, like obviously we're on the end. So next to us is Liz and then it's the bank. I've spoken directly with Liz, she's in total support. I had reached out to Caitlin to see about notifying the abutters, and she told me that the town were taking over that now. And the town took care of the notifications in the newspaper also.
Great. I think it's a great idea. Board members, questions or comments? Carlo.
Yeah, just what you just said, Mark. This is great. Wish you all the best and give you a lot of credit for taking this on during this time and hoping for a brighter future, obviously for all of us who are in business, but this is quite an undertaking, and hopefully it will bring more people to our downtown that we sorely need.
The way we looked at it, you know, business will come back eventually to whatever extent it will come back. An opportunity like this for us to have our private room will never come up again. So we decided to go ahead with it. We did hold off about a month because we were in talks earlier on. And then when COVID started, we said, and then we decided, you know what, let's go ahead with it. So currently the position we are right now, we only have one final inspection which is from the health department. We signed off, you know, the building, the finding building inspection, stuff like that, but we're getting very close. And we're delighted to be able to get on your agenda tonight so that it can go forward to the ABCC.
Great. So no further discussion? Great. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Right. I think this looks great, Ailish. Just for Bob and Caitlin, I know you were notifying the other abutters. Anything from them? Presumably they should be aware of the hearing tonight, and nobody's here, so.
Right. No, as I said, like, I mean, the only one I've spoken directly with, because I knew the town was taking care of, and because we don't have any other abutters on either side. The
Right.
town is on the other side, the bank is on the other side of Liz. Both myself and Jim, my husband, have spoken directly with Liz. We've on numerous occasions to show us what's going on. I have spoken to her and asked her to let me know if she had any private readings or anything like that going on next door. So we would make sure that we wouldn't impact what she had planned for her business.
Great. And Bob and Caitlin, I don't know if you heard my question.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get any other comments other than what Eilish is referring to.
Okay.
Could you just follow up on it just for a second, Eilish? In terms of the wall that goes to the bookstore.
Yep.
And I know your architect well, so I'm sure that he's making sure that it's appropriately insulated so that
Yes.
That'll be.
And we've got insulation rooms between ourselves and Bunratty Tavern and everything. So if somebody wanted a quiet private affair in the new spot, that's all taken care of.
Sounds fantastic. All righty, I am going to put up a motion.
Oh, but can I say something really, really quickly?
Absolutely.
Just in the current situation that we're in, we had a fundraiser tonight for Birch Meadow School. And if anybody is watching here from the school or from the PTO, we want to thank you from the bottom of our heart. It was a huge, huge success. So we are so thankful for everybody in the town who's supporting us during these times. Just want to throw that out there in case anybody is watching.
There are some folks watching. Thank you for saying that. Yeah. Okay, Carlo, can I ask you to read the first motion, please?
Sure. Move to approve the alteration of premises application as presented for an annual all alcohol restaurant liquor license for RKR Corporation, DBA Bunratty Tavern at 620 Main Street, Reading, Mass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Yeah, Karen snuck in, then everybody came in. Any last discussion or questions? All set, we'll do a roll call vote as I see you on the screen. Vanessa?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
And Mark, yes. We are 5-0. Good luck with this.
Thank you so much.
Very happy to have you as neighbors and businesses in our community. Very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it so much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All righty, next, sorry. Go back to my list here.
Should I leave or am I going to be kicked out?
You can, oh, are you asking to stay?
Oh, no, I don't mind. I'm just saying, I don't know if I'm supposed to do something.
Yeah, you can leave, press leave if you don't mind. Bottom right. It should, as you scroll over it, it might light up in red.
Okay. Oh, I see it. Okay. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Cheers, take care. Next on the agenda is the easement request previously approved by town meeting. Bob, can you put up the schematic, please?
Caitlin, is Brad Latham here?
Yes, I just let him in.
Okay.
I am, thank you.
Hey, Brad.
have
Brad
everyone
said he'd
sound
be
but
here
not
for
video at the moment.
questions. If you want me to just give a few words of an overview, if anyone needs that.
Yeah, I actually am interested, just if you could, and Ryan here as well, just explain the easements that we're being requested to grant, just so we understand what they are, old and new.
Okay, in 1979, town meeting authorized the conveyance of an easement for a 10-foot strip. Town council reviewing it at Brad's request in the last couple months has determined that that action is incomplete or inexact. It pertains to a significant stretch of land running north-south along the western side of Main Street. However, it is not continuous and all the land has not been treated the same. So for instance, at Veterans Way, the town meeting conveyed that 10-foot strip to the owner many, many years ago, but did not convey this to the owner. So there's been inconsistent behavior. So going forward, and I'll get to Brad's request shortly, the suggestion is that a broader discussion happen with town meeting and some better long-term remedies developed, whatever they are. So for instance, the easements that are being requested tonight could be better served as just conveying the land to Brad's client entirely. But for now, you know, in working with Miaris and Harrington, there is 3 requests, and you can sort of see them here. There's a utility easement. There's a
We don't have
walkway.
the screen up there, Bob.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The screen's not up yet.
Oh, okay, well, I can see it, but you can't.
Yeah, exactly.
You see that?
Much better, thank you.
Okay, sorry. So there's a driveway easement, a walkway easement, and a utility easement. So there's 3 different easements, if you will.
And those are all to the to this what's called property 2, is that correct?
Yeah, Brad, I've
Property
described
2-story,
it
sorry.
as to the parking lot, which is also access to the new parcel. Is that accurate?
That's correct. It's a common driveway that will service both the existing location of the Reading Animal Clinic and the new facility being constructed.
Great. And so the request with these easements is to grant these now, allows things to move forward, and then it comes to town meeting for a more long-term solution?
Yes, I would say that's right. We couldn't hit town meeting up quickly enough for the, you know, for the circumstance. And so the board has the authority to grant these easements, and I would suggest you would. And then, you know, we'll work with Brad and all the landowners as to what a better long-term solution is. You know, it would just seem sensible to me to have the same solution up and down Main Street. But one of the shortcomings in doing our research was there wasn't really any comment made by the past town meeting or staff as to why things were done differently. So for instance, back in 1979, there was not a warrant report. There was a warrant and there were votes and minutes, but there was not a warrant report that described the purpose of the article and why. So, you know, maybe we'll learn in talking to the various landowners why they can't be all treated the same, but that's work ahead of us. And for now, this easement will let Brad's client proceed with her expansion.
Right. And there are current easements in place that get to the current structure, is that correct?
There is a current ill-defined easement.
Ill-defined
Yes.
easement, okay, this clarifies. Got it.
Yep, yes.
Okay. Board members, questions? Karen?
I just want to clarify, I just had a bit of a heart attack when I saw a proposed office building, but just for everybody watching at home, that's actually the new veterinarian building, correct? It's not really like a new proposed office building in addition to the current veterinary building.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Were you talking to me?
Yeah, I think she was, Brad.
Well, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Brad, can you see the map where it says proposed 2-story office building?
That's correct. That's a new facility and that's the existing facility.
Is the existing facility going to remain?
I'm sorry?
Will the existing facility remain, or is it going to come down?
It's going to remain. It will probably be an affiliated kind of use for animal care, but it's going to remain. They're 2 separate lots, and it's a common driveway to service those 2 lots. There are currently 3 different connections to Main Street. the objective is to reduce it to 1 for better traffic control. But 1312, which is a Cape style building, remains, and the new building is situated northerly of that.
Okay, because that's generally, except for that little spot, I believe there's only residential in that area, and there's more residential going in behind there. So, okay, thank you.
Other questions? Not appearing. Ryan, anything you wanted to add, or are we good on your side?
No, I think that if you've seen some of the correspondence, the town meeting vote back in 1979 was 126 to 1. There was a strong feeling that it made sense to resolve this, and I think Bob's suggestion of looking for a long-term solution is an appropriate one, but this would be of great assistance to enable this improvement to go forward now.
Great. And so what we're discussing tonight are just the easements, right? It has nothing to do with permits and buildings and anything else. It's specifically the easements to allow access into that proposed joint parking lot.
That's correct.
And one of the good things about this easement is it clearly preserves pedestrian access along Main Street, which is a good thing.
Great. Okay, if we are set, Bob, let me take back the screen if I could. And let me find the motions. Okay, so we are looking at motion 2, please. Carlo, if you could read that.
Move to approve the driveway, walkways, and utilities easements for 1312 Main Street as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Yeah. Thanks, Karen. Any further discussion? None appearing. I will go through a roll call as I see you on my screen. Vanessa?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
And Mark, yes. We are 5-0.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brett. Thanks for coming in. Quick procedural error that I made. I don't think we closed the public hearing. Just to confirm, we had no people that wanted to speak at the hearing. Is that correct? No one had indicated that?
Correct.
Okay, so we probably should close the public hearing just to be official about it. So Carla, can I ask you just to make a motion to close the public hearing?
Sure. Motion to close the public hearing for the all alcohol restaurant liquor license for Bun Ready Tavern.
Is there a second? Thanks, Karen. We'll take a roll call vote. Vanessa?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
And Mark, yes. Thank you. Sorry, I suddenly realized I didn't do that. Okay. Next. Sorry, my screen's moving a little bit slowly here. Gas leak survey update. Ryan, please.
Bob, you want me to just share the information that I have here?
I can or you can. It's up to you.
All right, let's give it a whirl on this laptop. I apologize for the perspective, but the camera is down low, so it looks like I'm talking over everyone here. Just basically what I'll be presenting is what we received from the Gas Safety Inc., which is Bob Ackley. He was hired by the town as funded by the town meeting to do a gas leak audit. The first part, there were 2 parts of the contract, and I'll show you that contract a little bit after I go through this. The first part was to go through and do a driving study. They use a Picaro type device, which measures the gas leaks, but also takes a instant reading on the GPS location. And from there, we were able to map out all of the locations where they where he received leaks over over 2 parts per million background, say, leak. And so what he ended up doing is he correlated that information along with the information that Heat had compiled. Back in 2014, Massachusetts made it mandatory for utilities to audit the system and report the leaks to the DPU, Department of Public Utilities. And so Heat gets that information and compiles it on a leak index map. And so Bob Ackley used that leak history in coordination with his survey. And basically what he ended up doing was I believe it was December 2019, that information was published, and he took the 120 leaks that were published by the utility and then basically went through and correlated what he was picking up for readings. And he found that 84 of those leaks were known and 36 just showed no readings. And when he says no readings, that's usually below that 2 parts per million. So anything that would be background. And so in addition to that, he also found 69 other locations. And I'll show you that on a map on what he found. And then, so moving forward, we move into this phase 2 portion of the gas leak audit, which is for the select board to decide if they want to move forward with this. He will basically take all of the leaks that were noted in 2019 and then also found in addition to, so somewhere between 160 and 200 leaks, and go and individually record them and take better measurements. And then from there, you'll have a deeper report on what those actually mean and how they affect trees or anything else in the surrounding areas. And then based on that will be how much that survey will cost. So it's about $100 per leak. And again, he only charges for leaks that he finds and documents. I do want to point out, and Bob Ackley wanted to make this known, that when during his process, if he does find a leak that's an immediate hazard, so say like grade 1, it's reported immediately and it's taken care of. So what you're seeing here is not a grade 1 leak because those are taken care of immediately by the utility. These are more the grade 2s and grade 3s. And so this is just the general report that we received. We received the Google Drive. We received some Google links. They're a little tricky unless you have access to that Google Drive to show them. So that's why we're having some issues publishing that online. And this is where he breaks down what that cost may be for phase 2, which is somewhere around 15 to 20,000. And so moving on, can everyone see that map?
Yes.
Okay. It's a little difficult to see, so I'll go slow because you can't see the whole map here. But basically what's being shown in blue is repaired leaks by National Grid. What's shown in red is active leaks. And what's shown in green are those 69 additional locations that Gas Safety picked up in their audit. And so as you can see here, it paints a broad picture of what's going on. I will also point out that you'll see in the southern portion of town, so south of good old Sanford, is exactly right where National Grid just replaced that main on South Main Street. So a lot of these red dot areas here, those probably do not exist as we know them today or during this survey. Some of the data that we did comb through showed very, very high peaks in methane in this area when he drove it, and that was due to the fact that there was an open trench. So it was picking up more gas than really what was being let loose because the trenches were open. So Bob Ackley did mention that driving this section again would be worthwhile to note what is actually taking place now currently. And so that is the map that Kent Honigschlager, our GIS coordinator, put together. It's a little bit more digestible than I think the Google Earth images, but we also have that information in Google Earth as well. So I can stay on here for a little bit if you want to sort of ask any questions or take a look at it. Otherwise, I'll go into the contract and sort of talk about next steps where I think we should probably go. And then also I think Bob might want to talk about what the board might want to do and what their expectations are moving forward.
Karen has a comment first. Go ahead, Karen.
Go ahead.
Question, just because it's a little hard to see this map. I understand there's a fantastic new road over at Wakefield Street, and I only recently learned that part of that project was due to some rather serious gas leaks. So the other end of Wakefield is still in an old state, if you will. Are there gas leaks showing up in there? I can't read this map.
So right around where 61 is here, right at the intersection, this would be the Wakefield Street area. We also did work on the gas company did work on Tamarack Road as well. This is all replaced with a high pressure gas line. And then it also connects down here to Dana Road. They did some work previously on Wakefield Street earlier in the year as well on the other side. So I believe this has all been replaced in its entirety with plastic butt fuse pipe. So this 61 may not exist the way we know it because there was work that was done in that area. So we might see that one disappear as well. And yes, we did repave that road due to the gas work.
Ryan, could you just review for one more second what each
Sure.
of the colors means? So as I'm looking
Sure.
at that Wakefield Street intersection, I've got a green pin, I've got 3 red squares and a blue square.
Okay, so I will go down to the legend just briefly so you can read along with me as I'm telling you. The red dot is the National Grid unrepaired leaks. Okay, those are active leaks. The blue are repaired leaks. And this is all information that came from their audit back that was published in December of 2019. You can't really see it, but there's a green push pin right here where I'm hovering over.
Got it.
Those were the 69 additional leaks that Gas Safety Inc. picked up during the drive-through. So those are in addition to what National Grid reported.
Got it. And
Okay.
did he report the magnitude of those leaks as well, or is that what phase 2?
So they're measured. It's difficult to show. I wish I could have brought it up in Google Earth so you could see it. It's measured in sort of these peaks and valleys, and I'm not a gas professional, so I really didn't want to show that information without Bob Ackley actually explaining what those methane levels really do mean. But it's anything. What he's showing is anything that really comes above 2 parts per million of methane. Okay, and so anything from what Bob they explained to me was anything below 2 parts per million could be background, just regular methane background in the atmosphere due to numerous different things. He briefly touches upon that in the report, and I can just go there so you can see that. The 69 other locations may or may not be actual gas leaks, as a CRDS, which is the instrument that he's using for methane, could be from vehicle exhaust, septic systems, sewage system emissions, things of that nature. So that's what he's talking about as far as background. So when they move for phase 2, he'll go through every single point on that map, excluding the ones that were repaired, and basically check them out individually and get a better reading instead of driving by. Okay.
Thank you.
And so everyone's comfortable with that in the map. I can move to the contract so you can see how that was laid out and what the next phase looks like for a scope of work.
Other members,
Okay.
you are all set for that?
Oh.
Please.
Okay. This is just the contract. I'm going to scroll all the way down to the scope of services so you can see what was completed and what the next steps are. So phase 1 was that drive-through, the initial survey, which produced those data points for gas safety audits. Go back then and do an estimate for the next round of phase 2 and then a more in-depth leak report. And phase 2, I won't bore you with reading through this, but that's exactly what I had talked about. They'll go through and look at every single surveyed point that he came out with on the phase 1, generate a leak report. Anything that is not generated as a leak will not be billed. And so I think we had allocated originally a not to exceed level of somewhere around 30,000 for phase 2. I can go back up in the top of the contract and check that. But because he's estimating somewhere between 160 and 100 and 200 known leaks, we're looking somewhere between $15,000 to $20,000 for phase 2.
And how much was phase 1?
5,000.
Phase 1,
5,000.
5,000.
Yeah.
I would also recommend at some point it would be worth having Bob Ackley maybe address the board on the information that he does find, probably for phase 2, because he'll have more information at that point.
Thanks, Ryan. Bob, did you want to add some comments? And I think I do, and Karen does.
No, just, you know, whether I should make this decision, whether the board wants to make the decision, just kind of a roadmap, if you will, going forward. And, you know, it also seems like Bob should redrive Main Street just to get the best data in terms of National Grid repairing Main Street while he was driving it.
Right. So,
and he agrees he should do that.
right. Karen, do you want to comment? You kind of have been the most actively engaged thus far.
But I learned some good stuff tonight, and thank you, Mark. Thank you, Ryan. I think that's an excellent suggestion. This consultant that we've contracted with works with a number of other communities, so it's always helpful to get that kind of broad exposure to this issue. And personally, I know South Main has had detectable methane leaks going down to 248 Main Street, you know, going back 3 years. So I don't know what National Grid considers serious or not, but how many times do I have to see, if you smell methane, you call the gas company to have them turn around and say, oh, it's not, that's not a high priority for us. That doesn't make me comfortable. So I'm really excited. We're going to go ahead with this initiative and just try to understand, you know, how much methane and are we putting into the atmosphere, and get a second opinion as to, you know, what really needs to be attended to, especially as we make decisions going forward about our carbon footprint for the town. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I don't know if I made it clear. The National Grid did replace that main on South Main Street, so a lot of those leaks may be picked up on an additional. We may not even see those leaks on an additional drive-through survey. That's why Bob Ackley had suggested we drive it again, because National Grid knew they had leaks out there and they wanted to get it done prior to the road diet being completed. So they did replace that main in its entirety.
Thanks, Ryan. Carlo.
Does anyone remember, because I don't, how much town meeting allocated last year?
I
I
believe
think it might have been 40,000.
I was going to say not to exceed 50, somewhere around there.
Okay, so is this, I'm just asking for, you know, what is the board being asked to approve more money, or is it going to be town meeting that approves the phase 2?
The contract was, well, town meeting voted and the contract was written so that we don't have to go rebid this. We don't have to ask town meeting. It's just a question of who within town government decides to go to phase 2. We never really discussed that or clarified that. So the money is there, Carlo. It's been set aside. That's not a problem. It's a question of, you know, who decides to go ahead.
Thank you.
And I'll certainly make the decision if the board, you know, wants it to happen that way.
I think board members, what we may want to consider is not only the decision to move ahead, but kind of the process, how we want to be guided in taking it forward. So phase 2 and beyond. So let's assume that, you know, we agree that phase 2, you know, makes sense. What's the next step from there? And Karen has done really kind of yeoman service here in kind of working and talking with lots of people. Really appreciate that Ryan has kind of stepped in also and is guiding this. And I think that's great. I think that's the appropriate person to be driving. I think what we should consider is, look, this is a safety issue. And many other communities have been facing the same kind of things. They haven't been satisfied with utilities' expression of where the leaks are and found it to be insufficient. They too have contracted to do this kind of service. You know, many of our neighbors in Massachusetts. And then part of the question is, once we've identified them and what they call class 1 or grade 1, I forget, I apologize, you know, take care of the ones that are, you know, extremely dangerous. They need to be taken care of right away. Then kind of what happens next? You know, is lobbying done to National Grid? You know, what's the role of state government? Kind of what happens to get these things taken care of? It seems that there are some folks in the community that do have some information on how to do this. And my suggestion would be that we kind of have a committee, or at least a meeting that takes place. I think Ryan would be, you know, leading the town side of this. The folks in the community that really have some really good background on this, number 1 is Andy Friedman, and number 2 is David Zeke. And that they engage in the discussion and with Bob Ackley, the contractor who did this initial work, and talk about how to move it forward. So my, I guess I'll call it vision, nothing special, but get this phase 2 done so we really understand where we have the issues. Armed with that, we need to have a plan to take it forward from there. Have this group get together, you know, Ryan, Andy, David, and I would suggest we create a select board liaison to that group. And I would nominate Karen to be that person. She's already been very involved. But to drive this ahead so that, you know, we get to completion. Town meeting asked us a year ago to, you know, explore this and allocated some money. We've got this part done. Now we need to take it to fruition. So maybe throw that out there for other board members' comment in terms of an idea.
Do David and Andy know you're offering up their services?
They do.
And I don't want them to hear. Shh.
Okay.
They do, and they're willing.
Okay.
Mark,
Oh,
I have a question for Ryan, if that's okay.
sure.
Ryan, as a policy, does National Grid do their own audits on a yearly, bi-yearly, every, you know, what are they, other than a resident complaining or a business complaining about a leak? Is there a protocol for these utility companies to audit themselves, or not really?
No, that's a great question. By law, they have to. They have to report to the DPU. They do it annually. And in some instances, and I was just speaking to Dan Cameron today, who works for National Grid, and Bob knows him as well. They often do the downtown area probably multiple times a year because of its density and for other reasons. So you're looking at a minimum once a year that they do their own leak audit with similar equipment. And so that's how he is able to compile that information that Bob Ackley was used and compiled on his report as well.
But maybe there might be a little, so but the next part of that is that the National Grid audit identified 100 some odd locations, and Bob Ackley,
120, yeah.
And Bob Ackley found another 69 on top of that.
Correct.
That National Grid doesn't have on their radar.
Correct. And again, we could find that this could be a useful tool to send to National Grid. They may be interested in the same information. And it'll be interesting to see what comes out of the, let's say, 200 known locations that we have, and what that report really does look like.
So other communities have kind of gone through the same set of questioning and asking, hey, you know, is the survey that's being done sufficient for us? And many of them have said no, and they've hired either, you know, this contractor or others to do supplemental audits and then take that information and report it back to the utility, and then essentially push to get the gas leaks fixed. Vanessa, I saw you had your hand up as well, sorry.
Yeah, we've sort of gone beyond, but the PDF, Ryan, that you showed the actual map can we put that on the website, please? Because I don't think that was included in the packet unless I missed it. And if I do, I apologize.
No, this was not included in the packet because we had not digested a lot of this data at that time, but we can certainly post this on the website. Whatever information that the board would like posted, we can publish.
I think that would be great. At a minimum, the map, I think it would also be helpful to have some context. The two other PDFs that you have here, I think would be helpful as well. Otherwise, it's just a map with some dots and might leave people confused.
Right. No, we can certainly publish the report, and then we can publish the map. And I mean, it wouldn't really even hurt to have the contract. I don't see why the public would be interested in the contract, but we can certainly publish that as well. It'll just be I can speak with Bob and find out where that really should live on the town website, so it's easy for people to find. But we can certainly publish this information.
I think that would be great. I'm also happy to support Karen being our liaison, as well as having sort of an unofficial or even official task force that involves David and Andy, who I know were active in this last year. So great. Thank you, everyone, and Ryan especially for your work on this.
Any other thoughts on how to proceed here? So I guess, all right, I'll speak. So I would be comfortable having Bob move us forward, or us move us forward into this phase 2, including the drive down South Main again, to confirm that all that work, in fact, took care of many of the problems that were there. And then to ask this group to assemble and discuss kind of next steps, and then come back to the board with, you know, more kind of, okay, once you have the data, once you know where the additional problems are, what the magnitudes are, how do you get some action? How do you move that forward?
Mark, could I just ask for clarification?
Sure.
I think you mean that the group that gets together would effectively work on after phase 2 ideas, not to decide if phase 2 is done.
That's what I'm thinking. Yes.
Okay.
In other words,
Just wanted to make
execute
sure.
phase 2, have this group get together. I'm thinking that our next task is, once we have this information about the leaks and magnitude,
Right.
what's the next step? How do we take action? And I think that those folks could be very helpful in the process, and would love to have, you know, Ryan lead on the town side. Karen.
Quick question, Ryan. I was under the impression that weather can kind of impact this kind of survey. Do you know of any 2020 deadlines that these need to be done by?
No, I don't, to be honest with you. Bob Ackley didn't make any mention of any weather constrictions that we might have. So I could follow up with him and find out.
Yeah, I don't know.
So if we move forward with phase 2, which it sounds like we're moving forward with phase 2, I can reach out to Bob Ackley and find out what the schedule is going to be and when he plans to come in and how long that will take.
Ryan, can I ask you just to unshare your screen, and then everybody can see?
Absolutely.
Thanks. I have 2 screens. It's not a problem, but others may not. So other comments? What do you think about proceeding this way? So I'm sorry, Karen, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm happy to be a liaison if you all want me to continue. And if we have an idea as to when phase 2 might be completed and the group might be able to get together, then we might be able to have a sense of when it would be appropriate to take Ryan up on his suggestion that Bob also come and present to the select board as well. Just set an expectation in our calendar. Thanks.
Awesome. Cool. All right. So how should we proceed here, Bob? I think do you want a sense of the board? Do you want a vote of the board?
If the board doesn't do anything else, I'll instruct them to do phase 2. So.
All right, let's not do anything else.
You can do whatever you like. I got the message clear. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't making decisions without you knowing about it, basically. Because the way this project was set up was a little bit different. it went through town meeting and it wasn't set up the normal way where the town manager would clearly, do X, Y, and Z. So I just wanted to be careful.
So board members, we are comfortable with this proceeding this way, correct? Great.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the progress. Thanks, Ryan, for
Thank you.
jumping in, getting this pushed through. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan.
All righty. What I was going to say, where are we? 8:56. Do we want to take kind of a 5-minute stretch break here and then come back and we'll dig into goals, review, and then future topics? Does that work? Okay, so I've got, actually it's 8:57 or 8:58 on my screen. How about 9:05? We're back here. Okay, so we'll take a quick recess till 9:05 and come back. are to go through the town manager goals. And on the 6th of October, we made, I think, very good progress kind of going through the list. And I'm not sure how much more we have to do, but we didn't actually get to the very end. So tell you what I can do. Let me share here for a second. So this is the list that we worked on during that meeting. And I'll just kind of go through quickly for a second. So we talked about how to restructure community conversations, some specifics on social justice. I'll go through more detail in a minute. Then sustainability, economic development, HR policy update, charter and bylaw updates, health department restructure, and that's roughly when we ran out of gas based on time and a few other things. I had some scribbles down here on land use because I remember we kind of came back and said we needed to do this before the finance committee meeting. So I'm thinking that we probably just want to make sure that these look good as they are, and then talk about number 8, which is capital. And Vanessa, this comes back to your point also in terms of thinking about what we may want to look at for this year, given that the economy is not great, interest rates are low, there may be less demand for projects, who knows. And then number 10, I don't have here. Anybody have it on another screen what number 10 was? I think I do. Hang on, I'll come up with it. Number 10 was COVID-19 impacts. So I think we did most of the heavy lifting here. So here's what I would suggest. Maybe, do we want to make sure we have number 8 covered? We want to talk about capital and what we'd like to have happen as a goal for this fiscal year. Vanessa.
Can we revisit, before we jump to 8, which I agree, I think is an important one, can we revisit 6? Because I did some thinking on this one. 6 is charter and bylaws. One of the things I'm not clear about yet, and Bob, maybe you can chime in here for clarification purposes, is to what extent is the town manager involved in the charter update? Because my understanding from our last discussion is that this falls under the town moderator. So if that is the case, then, when we talk about community outreach, I mean, obviously the town moderator is not going to do this by himself, but he selects the committee. So if it's I just don't know if this is an appropriate goal necessarily. Bob, I don't know if you want to weigh in.
Yeah, Mark, if I might.
Please.
Everything Vanessa said is accurate. The moderator does form a charter committee or commission. It depends on the purpose. I can speak to the last time it happened. We also staffed that committee. It started out with Laura Gem as town clerk, and then I substituted at some point for her. I was asked my opinions, my advice, and they followed it whenever they wanted or didn't. So I certainly would not, as the town manager, have authority, so to speak, over the process. But it certainly would seem to make a great deal of sense that the town manager be part of that process, or staff if there's someone better placed to do it. It also involves the bylaw committee, which generally Matt Cornelis staffs. So, it really is up to the town moderator to working with town council to decide what process there is based on what might change. I mentioned town charter committee and commission, and depending on what is being discussed and being considered, there's those two different paths. The commission is longer and more intense, and I believe always results in a vote of the residents by referendum. And then the other could be shorter. It could have the same result, but it could also be shorter.
Would it make sense to put at the top of this then support the process as it relates to charter and bylaw updates?
Yeah, I think so. But there's no reason why you couldn't give me some instructions on what you expect some of that support to be. For instance, solicit input from boards and committees. The moderator might have control over that, but there's no reason you couldn't tell me, make sure that happens, and I'll do the best I can. Alan's easy to work with, so.
So folks, how's this? We just say support the process, and then we've already listed soliciting input, timeline and plan.
I would suggest removing F. While I agree with the sentiment, I don't think that's a town manager responsibility. I think that'll ultimately be up to the town moderator's committee or commission. I mean, we can certainly advocate for that as the board.
It was one of
And
the,
perhaps,
sorry, go ahead, Vanessa, I interrupted you, go ahead.
I was going to say perhaps we can ask Alan to come present to us and tell us more about it, since I think he's been through this. So.
Yeah.
It is one of the main asks of the Board of Health. They, do unanimously feel that this is important, and it's part of their request in terms of removing the overburden on the Board of Health. So I don't know if that becomes part of the health department restructure instead, but.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense.
Support. Sorry, Carl, go ahead.
Sorry, Ann, sorry, Mark. And I think that makes sense to put it in 7.
Okay.
In 7.
I agree with that.
So make it its own item in 7, just move it there.
That's fine.
And maybe the word support goes back in. Karen, looks like you're pondering.
Sorry. I'm surprised I left the sound on. The cat was demanding her dinner a couple minutes ago. All right. I'm just looking at these, and again, thinking that we need to evaluate them next spring, making sure there are metrics and deliverables for each item. It looks like we have that covered in number 1. You're going to have these conversations, and a summary doc that's very clear. I'm not sure we see them in all of them, though. Certainly social justice, bringing the ad hoc committee to fruition. That's terrific. Regular updates. Yep. And partnering, there could be concrete results out of partnering to implement initiatives. Then specific initiatives could come out of that. So under sustainability, I believe we had discussed coming up with a plan to have a working relationship with RMLD. I'm not sure I see a plan of that nature listed under sustainability. And then, G, the word explore, I'm having a hard time figuring out how to turn that into a deliverable. I think what we said is that every time we have an initiative that requires, let's say, a fuel or an energy source, we would, as a policy, we would make sure that we explored all alternatives. But again, we can say we explored them and then we decided to never go along with them. I mean, I guess I'm looking for some positive adoption language, maybe. Or just, yeah.
Something around, Karen, I agree. Maybe something around like implementation plans for how to incorporate these types of changes, not just the exploration of them.
Something along those lines. So explore best practices and implementation in other communities. Develop implementation plan.
Do we want to include a timeline for that? So admittedly, I mean, this is a significant undertaking, but I also don't want to keep kicking the can down the road. So what does implementation look like? some of the initiatives are going to be significant. We have, community solar and electric vehicle charging stations and greening our fleet, things like that. Some are easier to start more implementation than others. As if we look at Route 28, now is the time to be putting the infrastructure down and identifying a location for electric charging stations. So what's a reasonable timeline to see some of these plans coming to fruition? And that doesn't mean that the boxes go in. It means there's a plan for when that can happen. And I hesitate to set too hard of a deadline on when sort of we break ground, so to speak. But I'd like to see measurable.
I would let Bob speak to this, but my guess is we're in November. It's budget time. And there are a lot of things probably that are gonna get ahead that need to get done, which brings us to early next year. And then there are till June 30th. So there are 6 months remaining in the year at that point. So are you thinking that there are milestones inside of the 6 months, or is 6 months a reasonable time frame?
I think that's a reasonable time frame, if I may, to particularly if we have a willing partner in RMLD, which we do, in terms of getting to these charging stations, to come out of that with an implementation timeline and an understanding of the costs. I mean, I don't see getting an EV station in town is going to be that big of a deal. But we need we need goal setting. Like if there's some major reason that we don't get it done, then that's life. COVID comes along and we have to change our plans. But we really need to see some concrete steps in place.
I'd love to see a collaboration with the Climate Advisory Committee. I mean, this is a group of people that's dedicated to exactly these issues. People who are much more well-read, I think, than probably all of us here on the board. It's clearly an area of interest for them because they're serving on that committee. Let's make use of their expertise. So perhaps part of the sustainability goal includes outreach to Climate Advisory and starting to implement their suggestions. We have these great volunteers. Let's use.
What if, so I think your point is spot on. We didn't say establish sustainability goals. That probably is the first piece that should be here. And then we can talk about engage Climate Advisory, CAC. Something like that for input and support.
I mean, so the problem with a goal like that, I mean, I think our staff, and I know Bob's smart enough to get this stuff done and the staff can figure this out. What I'm struggling with is my first go around in evaluating whether we met the goals last year for the short period that I've been on the select board was they're too nebulous. Like just having a bunch of meetings is not a goal. It's not an accomplishment. Sometimes it has to be part of the process, but I'm looking for something, an implementation related item.
Do you have a suggestion on that?
I want to go back to what Vanessa just said. Let's have an implementation plan.
Mark?
Carl?
I have a suggestion specifically for the EV charging stations. I think one, you have to identify locations. Without identifying locations, why even bother starting? Because that's the first step is, so set a parameter for identifying 1 to 3 locations, and then the viability of how many parking spots are there, how many parking spots we're willing to give up. Are the business owners okay with this? It's not just we're going to have EV charging stations all about town, it's where we're going to have them specifically. And does it make sense? So we don't have an abundance of land and abundance of parking spots. So that to me is step one. And then everything else will follow. So you can set a goal for that, say within by whatever month, whatever 30th of the month, let's identify some locations. And then what is the viability of that location? It's a goal to have them, but where are we going to put them? And does it make sense?
So if we did identify 1 to 3 viable locations, implementation plan with timeline. So for example, if it turns out it's going to be, one of the locations is in the Brandy Court lot. It may be that the right time to do that is when there's other construction taking place, which may or may not happen by June. I would think it's perfectly appropriate to say, hey, this is what we want to do. This is the location. And it makes sense to do this in August when we're doing the other work on Brandy Court.
Mhm.
Is that-
That's a relatively short time frame, and that's kind of what I've been thinking. Like, this is not something that should take multiple years to get done. If we were able to propose and talk about implementing parking meters, think of these as bigger parking meters. This shouldn't be that tough to get done. Everybody else around us has them already.
Cool. Does this language cover it? You guys can all see my screen, right? Yeah, okay. Carlo, I think that's spot on. I think, Vanessa, what you've been saying, Karen, I think that's a specific related to charging stations. We've got green communities implementation and updates, or green communities / whatever we end up doing. We have performance contracting listed here with a specific request that they're looking at heat pumps as well. We have work with Armady to support initiatives, plans in FY21 with goal of starting implementation, specifics, community solar and EV vehicles and charging, asking for a monthly update to the board, and then to go to town meeting. Implement town guidance policies for consideration of green alternatives in advance of infrastructure replacement requirements. So specific to thinking about larger systems and multiple buildings, thinking about what alternatives we could have. Does that offer enough specifics?
I mean, I think, Bob, as you listen to this, I want to make sure you're part of the conversation too. I think I always hesitate to dive down these rabbit holes of micromanagement. I don't want to tell Bob how to implement these things. I don't know where the most viable location is for an electric charging station. I just think it's where we need to go. So I guess my emphasis on all of these is an implementation plan. That's, I'll be honest, pretty aggressive. Not just for sustainability, but for all of them. So I think one of the things I would love to see is a timeline for each of these items. Each quarter, this is the progress that the town intends to make for X, Y, and Z. And to Karen's point, if COVID spikes or something, more exceptional happens, of course there needs to be flexibility, but I don't want to over prescribe this. I want to see progress.
Can I ask Bob, what are your thoughts on this? Oh, you're muted.
So I only have to do goal 3, you're saying? That would be great. There's a lot there, and it's hard to know. Producing a timeline is fine, but it's hard to know what that requires right now, sitting here. A lot of this work has to be done in conjunction with others, expertise outside of town staff, whether it's RMLD or climate or whatever. So it's hard for me to gauge some of this right now, but you know, I understand and actually like having more detailed, you know, feedback loop, if you will. You know, I think most of this is pretty clear to me. I just can't say how much can be done in, you know, in 6 months or 8 months. I just don't know. But, you know, we'll take a leap at it. You know, some of this clearly, in fact, much of it does involve RMLD. It's not just E. You know, and much like the comment about the moderator, you know, town staff can be responsible for so much, but not what RMLD does or doesn't do.
I think one of the things, I take that point. I think one of the things that the board needs to do is to obviously support your efforts and support the work with RMLD. So, you know, part of that has to be either, it probably is our RMLD liaison, hello there. You know, making sure that, you know, they've expressed a lot of interest and support, not just the commissioners, but actually CAB members too. And
yeah, and it could well be that all of this is perfectly acceptable to RMLD, but I just don't know that. I know some of it. You know, I know 3C. I know they're interested in that.
Yep. And E.
And yes, and E. You know, H is a little bit tricky when it starts getting into bylaws. I may want to discuss that at a future date with the board to understand it. No need to do it tonight, though.
Yeah, it may actually be, I'd actually be supportive of taking point H2 away and leave it as H1. That the requirement here, what we're looking for is what's going on? What are the best practices? What's possible here? As it
I think that would be much easier to accomplish, and then guide you into your next steps.
Is that all right with folks?
Yes.
Yeah.
So easy just to press a button.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 3, 4. Oh, sorry. Somehow a page disappeared here. Oh, I got an extra page break that I didn't want. How about on 4?
Okay, you know, they're already working on 4B, so this is great.
Great. Okay, 5. That one's got specific timelines.
What's the listening tour? I don't recall that. Is this a 360 evaluation deal? I know that's been proposed in the past and hasn't been implemented. I don't know if that's what we want to do.
Anybody remember what that referred to?
Bob, I was thinking that was something that Sean was planning to lead. HR. Does that sound right?
I don't know. I thought my first instinct was it fed back to the thing that Amy and I were working on in terms of, you know, a community listening set of meetings. So I'm not sure other than that.
I don't think we talked about that in the context of the HR policy update. If I think about your original document that you'd come to us with, your draft goals, wasn't there, I should pull it up, but wasn't there an existing plan for HR to do some kind of review with a group of people? I was thinking that that's what the listening tour was in reference.
Okay. Okay. I think I might understand. Yes, there is a select board policy, personnel policy, and HR is in charge of, you know, listening to employees as to what changes in the personnel policy they would prefer. So so listening tour to me was more community, but if it's more employee, then I totally understand this.
I think that's in this context, we did talk about community listening sessions, but in the context of the HR policy update, I think that's what it's in reference to.
Okay.
That's my belief.
Yeah, and on that, I would just say the next bullet D, public hearing in the first quarter is probably unrealistic. Because if the board follows its recent practice, we'd want to visit the board once or twice before having a hearing. So if you just said policy hearing and implementation, I think that'd be fair. You know, Q2 2021. That way the board can, you know, take its time digesting whatever it is we find or hear.
So maybe presentation to select board in Q1.
Yeah.
Public hearing and implementation Q2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Ann is right. C is, that's what we discussed last time.
Employee listening tour?
Internally, yes.
Yeah, great. 5 look good? Okay, 6. So we just talked about 6 in terms of supporting the process.
Yeah, 6 were good.
Okay, I can. I'll just indent those. Okay, health department. Strengthen department. Great. Move over burden on BOH. Great. Short-term, long-term strategies. Making good progress on this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Temp assistance.
I have a comment on this one, Mark.
Sure, Vanessa.
My understanding is that there's going to be an audit, if you will, of our health department.
Right.
I'd like to make sure that.
An
Okay,
assessment,
wonderful.
yep. Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to make sure that the Board of Health is actively involved in that from the perspective of providing feedback. That it's not just a staffing assessment. It is also based on, it also needs to be based on the needs of the Board of Health, because we can't remove the overburden on the Board of Health unless we know what their needs are. So I just want to be clear that that assessment has to be done in partnership with the Board of Health in order for it to be successful.
They have been working on the scope of work together with town staff, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Bob?
Yeah, actually, I would hope they would do it all. I think your worry is in the wrong direction. You want me to participate. Yeah, no, they're fine. You know, just recognize that, you know, Board of Health members all have different schedules and appetites for work, and times change. So, you know, Carrie comes to all your meetings. I think that may change in a month or so. She wants to come to your meetings. That's not an overburden. So that's kind of a tricky word. You know, to certainly factor in the availability and the interest in the Board of Health is absolutely appropriate.
I would just, Mark, I would change audit to health department assessment.
Yeah, I think assessment is the word they've used.
Carrie talked to gave us an update last meeting or 2 meetings ago about the process and the new position. So it seems to be they seem to be working together already.
Yeah.
Yes, I think even since we drafted these goals, things are moving in the direction of the goals.
Great. So that takes us all the way up to number 8, capital. So I just looked at what was in there for capital was specific to parks and fields. Let's see, June town meeting approved funds, and the rec committee and staff are overseeing a project doing an inventory of space in the community as previously discussed. The demand side of that equation has changed under COVID-19, at least for the short term. The results of this study, coupled with public input, will help guide the board to land use decisions. Other related future work includes Rockwell repairs, trails, conservation land, athletic recreation issues that have been discussed elsewhere. Objective is to have community input, develop a funding plan for the work needed. So it may be that we want to kind of shift this a little bit. There was a discussion at the financial forum, the last financial forum, actually last two. And Bob, you presented a list of school facility projects, $9 or $10 million worth, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it wasn't quite that, maybe it was 7 to 10, seven or $8 million.
Yeah, if you want, I can share that file.
Please.
It's this little box down here that I think, Mark, you're referring to, especially on the left-hand side. Can you see that okay?
Yes. So yeah, there it says not funded, 10 million identified. So those are kind of athletic facility related projects. Then we also have the list on the other side, of kind of, unknowns and projects that we had been talking about much more actively. Certainly I had been talking about community center kinds of things that it's hard to kind of go forth with that. But I think Sean's comment, what you were, Vanessa, I don't want to take your words, but I think what he was talking about was, is this an opportunity to do a little more in capital because it'll have a lower cost to do it now, lower cost in financing at least, and maybe even in terms of the project itself. And how do we develop that list and prioritize it? Anybody have the answer to that one?
Sure.
Karen, you want to take a shot?
Rob, were you going to mention something about unicorns and reindeer?
Not yet.
No, I'm just going to share anecdotally. I haven't seen prices of anything going down during COVID. Financing, yes. Everything else, nothing. Nothing is going down. People are incredibly busy. Resources being deployed to your backyard project. So if we can find a way to do that, this makes awesome sense. So around here in New England, I don't see a lot of people that involved in the construction industry, and I use that term broadly, sitting around idle. So we may not find any cost advantages. I don't know, I could be wrong. I think it would be great if we could.
Yeah, I generally agree with Karen. That's been our experience for the capital that we're going out to bid for and the projects. But there's no harm in exploring that and seeing if, maybe all of a sudden artificial turf vendors are really having a slow time of it. I don't know. So there's, we can certainly investigate. And I know the schools, and I want to say most or all of these things are the schools, have their own sense of priority, which I would respect, but the community could certainly discuss. From what I took away from FinCom last week on capital was, please fully fund capital to 5%. I mean, they didn't say that, but I offered them many alternatives and they didn't want to seem to address it. So when they talked about $2.4 million to be added to the operating budgets, to me, that implied we're assuming you're going to do a full amount of capital, which is what this plan in front of you shows. So then the question becomes, do you do things that are either on this list, because this one's too big, or do you do things that are in FY 22 or 23 sooner? And I'll try to, FinCom meets next week, I'll try to come up with a list of, what are some options, but it is an interesting idea. I'm the only thing I'm fairly certain of, and I'm always wrong on, is interest rates will be going up at some point, because we're sure spending a lot of money we don't have. So, to Sean's point, borrowing now is probably a great idea, but we don't have the picture of what do things cost. And, if we wanted to throw another, if we really want to throw 3.2 million at this project in free cash, can we do it? Yeah. you know, I don't know the number. It may be out of date. It's about a year old.
Oh,
If
sorry.
that's what his discussion was, that's one discussion. If it's, we can borrow more cheaply, then that's a little different. You know, do you want to add, you know, $1 million of free cash for 3 or 4 years to do this? You know, maybe that's the kind of discussion he meant in order to pay the debt service.
And I think, you know, it was sort of a passing comment at the financial forum, but I think, you know, as we look at this, I had the same thought, Bob, you know, do we commit a certain amount from free cash for the next X number of years to fund any debt that we pull now for some of these smaller projects, or maybe one of the larger ones. So I don't know what the answer is, but I think thinking on the various scenarios, and Bob, this is an area where you really excel. I'd love to see, you know, what you think our options are.
So can I suggest 2 things?
so-
One, oh, I'm sorry, Vanessa, I stepped on you. Sorry.
No, that's it. I just, as far as a goal goes, I don't know how to word that, but let's explore our options. And that's something that I see that would be very relevant for a goal for this year, because the interest rates are going to go back up.
Carlo, you had a comment.
Yeah, thank you. What concerns me, and you know, Karen made a reference to it, is supply and demand. I've been kind of advocating since elected, and maybe even before that, going to a lot of meetings the year before, was I think we're putting too many things off, because if other towns are doing the same thing, and then we're all going to go after the same contractors at the same time, and just push things out even further. So it's right. Everyone's busy. Everyone that's working is busy. Everyone's dealing with stuff. We don't know what's going to happen over the winter here in New England, but if we, you know, let's not have a party and spend all the money. But you know, there was discussion about the fire truck. Do we pay for a cash, the ladder truck, or do we finance it because money's cheap? I don't have the answer to that, but let's do something. You know, sooner than later. When I found out it took a year, you know, what's it going to cost in repairs for another year? 100 grand, 50 grand? I don't know, but my only concern is, yeah, I think I would love for Bob, town staff, to pick top 3, whether it was 21 or 22. Here's what we know we're going to do 100%, and let's get some bids and costs, and let's just do it. And that's my opinion, as opposed to, well, you know, the world's different, let's wait. And then we're just fighting and competing with all these other towns and contractors. And I can't imagine there's an abundance of turf installers. Maybe in other states, they have to travel and pay for hotels, but that's just one example. So I would love to see from that list that, you know, for the past couple of financial forums, there's a lot of money that we can spend, obviously, but what can we do and who can we hire and get it done before everyone else wants to do the same exact thing that we want to do? Thanks.
What if we, let me go back to share screen because I want to move this ahead. What if we talked about something like this? I think I'm listening to what each of you just said and trying to convey it into a couple of sentences. What if we talked about explore priorities with financial forum and community input, look at both early capital as well as potential new capital, meaning moving things earlier on the capital plan, I can make it cleaner, versus projects that aren't currently on the capital plan. And come back with recommendations on, okay, if you have 3 million, do X. If you have 5 million, do Y.
Mark, when you say with financial forum, do you mean with the finance committee?
Actually, I was thinking more of getting a number of the boards together again with a specific agenda and solicit input. So get the library board, get everybody in to talk about it, and maybe start with a list of ideas and kind of see where people are floating, because, you know, if we're talking about taking some free cash, spending some free cash, I think everyone has a vested interest in that, versus going out and doing some other things. But I think part of the question is it things already on the capital plan, or is it things not on the capital plan, or some combination? And I don't know the answer to that. So all the projects that Bob showed before, there's, you know, $20 million worth. There's way more than $20 million worth. It's not on the capital plan. Any thoughts?
It's funny that you bring that up. I was wondering how is the best way to propose that maybe we consider having a presentation on the CPA on one of the financial forums, because it could help us expand our capital reach. But so I'm just going to throw it out there, and if it's not the right time, that's totally fine.
I think that might be a net use of capital in the beginning, as opposed to a source, right? Because we'd have to allocate funds to it first before we could draw. I had a long conversation this weekend with someone about it. Apparently there's some information coming out in the next couple of weeks that's going to talk about what level they're able to fund. That might be very helpful. I'm with you. I'm just not sure it fits into this number 8.
Fair enough. Thanks.
So what, let's craft, explore the financial farming community input. Suggestions on use of cash and or borrowing. To encompass early moving things up on capital plan.
What would we do if it wasn't COVID?
I think we'd relax.
Yeah.
What's your sense of time frame for this? That'd be my only question.
When do you think is appropriate and right?
Well, if you want us as staff to go explore and get good prices, it's not going to be in the next month or so. Maybe January. I'd really have to talk to the schools about that. If you just want to have a theoretical discussion, you know, that this could be continued next week with FinCom on the meeting on Wednesday.
So we said theoretical discussion and then presentation Q1.
I think first quarter is reasonable, yeah.
Calendar Q1.
Yeah, I think you may want to have a multi-board meeting, at least including the schools.
Yeah.
And probably FinCom before the budget process goes too far. You know, if FinCom's going to meet February, March and vote a budget, I think we'd need to do it, you know, middle of end of January, and that's when the school committee's working on their budget.
So essentially the financial forum group.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we can't have a full discussion next week, I guess I'll start with.
Right.
But at some point after that, depending on all the board schedules, you know, we could pull that together. It's going to be difficult to coordinate, you know, the 3 boards meeting on sort of an off-scheduled period of time.
Just crazy thought, then I'll get off it. But when the departments are making their presentations to the select board in December, oftentimes we could get FinCom members to join that, and school committee certainly comes to at least one of those meetings. Maybe that's a possibility.
Yeah, it's a possibility if we target one of those meeting dates for capital and ask them to come. Yeah, that's certainly the soonest you could do it. I'll have to check with staff how good a pricing we'll have. I think we might have a reasonable shot at it, but that's, you know, that's another month or so away.
Board members okay with what's here? So we had land use. And I think this was specific to Simons and Camp Curtis. I think we talked it through. In terms of, so this is exploring where we can build. What's buildable?
Bob, do we have a timeline for when that is anticipated? That that wetlands delineation?
You know, not until we fund it, I guess. I haven't asked the state yet. I can do that.
Well, there's two parts. There's the Simons and the Camp Curtis, but assuming everything goes fine in November town meeting,
Yeah.
what
Simons,
happens next?
From what I'm guessing, the work at Simons is, I think we could have that wrapped up by the end of the fiscal year. Camp Curtis, I'm quite sure we won't have wrapped up that fast. You know, Simons is going to require a land use attorney. It may be town council. I'm not sure. I haven't asked them. And I don't think it's complicated. Camp Curtis is complicated. So we certainly get an update and a map forward this year.
Okay, that's great. Thanks.
Anything else on that one? And close it? Closed. The last item that was on the list was COVID impacts. And the only thing here is something that I know is already going on, but that's just to consciously think about what impact it could have. I'm not sure that, you know, it's an important thing. I'm not sure that there's any sort of timeline or specific thing that we could add to it. It evolves and it's being watched carefully. I'm not sure what to do with that, if anything. Other folks feel the same way, or would you rather see something here? Carla?
No, that's a day-to-day thing, like you said. It's too many unknowns.
I agree with Carlo. I wouldn't know what to put here, and it might be, you know, out of date a week or a month from now. So I think it's sort of a given.
Yep.
I don't think it needs to be a stated goal.
Why don't we use these 9?
Can I ask a question?
Please.
We've talked about taking some actions to make the town more inclusive and welcoming. So where would things like putting up a flag and gender neutral bathrooms come out of in these goals? Would they come out of the ad hoc committee if it comes to fruition and decides that's a good thing to do? Is it just something that's happened that can be requested as just a tactical item and it's not really a goal? We've talked about it a couple times.
So the sort of broad question, I think, goes to the partnering with HRAC and community stakeholders to support and implement initiatives. Mark and I did have a conversation with Ray about the rainbow flag. It is within sort of the jurisdiction of the select board. The flagpole is sort of within the jurisdiction of the select board. So that might be something that we could potentially do. Does that sound right, Mark?
Yes. Yeah, I agree. So I think your question, Karen, is should it be kind of included here in one of the goals, or is that more of a tactical issue for us to tackle? I think I'd be inclined it's more tactical.
Based on what Anne just said, thank you. I would agree. Thanks.
Any other comments on these 9? So why don't we take a vote then to approve them? I might actually have that motion. Caitlin, you sent me that motion, right? Okay, sorry.
Yes, it should be on there. think it's just to approve the goals as amended or.
Exactly. Yep, I'll my screen is feeling the time. So this is number 3. Carlo, can I ask you to read the motion, please?
Move that the board approve, no, wrong one. No,
Yep.
that's the right one. That's the right one, sorry.
Yep.
Move that the board approve the town manager's FY21 goals as presented and amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Not appearing. Let's take a vote. Carlo,
Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
Vanessa,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Mark, yes. You're 5-0. Thank you.
Mark, could I ask you to send me that document
Yes.
just in case?
Yeah, let me just do one more save and my computer's acting up. Don't do that to me.
Oh, boy.
And can you send it to me too for your minutes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, it is saved. Okay, I'll send it to both. Okay, next on the list is town manager review. So here's what I was suggesting that we do. I don't think we, the reviews exist, they've been published, they're in the packet. Each of us has expressed our thoughts and provided ratings. I thought what might be helpful is if we looked at the broad categories that are in there, the community and operations and whatnot, and just ask each member if they have specific comments that they would like to add related to that category or the overall as well. So that I think it might be a better process going forward. Does that work for everybody? I'm not seeing anybody say no, so I'm going to say yes. Okay, great. So let me pull up kind of the category list. And actually, I don't have a great clean copy of it, so I think I can just kind of say what it is. So, okay, first up is community. Any comments that does each board member want to make comments, or should we just see if there are board members that would like to make comments?
Mark, could you just guide me at least in the document where you are?
So I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that.
Sorry, I'm trying to follow along.
So I thought maybe I can take the summary page.
Is it 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D? Is it that section?
Sorry, give me 1 second. I scrolled right past it. So yes, it's 1A, B, C, D, E.
Okay.
F. Right.
I can share that from the evaluation if you want. I have that. I don't know if that's helpful.
What's the best way to hear board members? Again, I think we've expressed both what we thought and issues that were there, but this should be an opportunity for members to also either highlight something that they feel should be highlighted or make additional comments. Vanessa.
I think it might be helpful if we go section by section. I know that I had made some sort of one-off suggestions for changes I'd like to see implemented going forward. Some of them were specific and not necessarily goal related. Those that I could incorporate in the goals we've already discussed and tackled. Under community, Board of Health is a prime example. So I don't have any additional comments, but as we go through it, I may have others. I don't know how others feel.
Folks, any thoughts?
I think as long as you can tell me what page we're on in our select board packet, I'm happy to follow along at home.
Or we can project it. I now have found the right page finally. What's your preference, folks?
I say we follow along at home and just tell people where we are.
Very good.
each way. Otherwise, you can't fit the whole page on a screen, et cetera.
All right, I'm on page 61. So maybe I'll start here for a second. So Bob and I were speaking earlier today and kind of looking at some of the comments, and generally both the goods and the bads. And a lot of them relate to communications and how communications in a particular situation did work well or didn't work well. And it came up, specific to the police chief hiring process. It came up specific to how we can best solicit community input. I think those were probably the top two that we talked about. And the discussion was, so we had some circumstances that didn't work out at all well. They were pretty much, not the outcomes. The outcomes we're very pleased with the outcomes. The process didn't work at all, and it was, we didn't show Reading at its best, and we didn't do the best process. And I think we could all say that we don't want to repeat those processes again. They failed. So the question is, how do we fix them? So I'm going to high level kind of discussion on certain things. My opinion, part of it related to how we work with liaisons and kind of what our expectations are. And how we report back to the board, we being ourselves, as well as Bob, and as well as town staff. And how do we work on that? What do we change? And there are some examples where we have liaisons, but other board members weren't satisfied with what came back from the liaisons, or board members are kind of still wanting to dig in and get deeper. So I think that we need to, as a group of the five of us, and we've got the town manager, we have a lot of members of staff on, department heads on the call here now too. What is it that we can and want to do to improve that? How do we fix it so we don't get into into big trouble? And I think we can agree that we did on a number of issues this past year. So a couple of thoughts I'm going to share, and then I'm going to be quiet and ask other board members to participate here. Couple of things. One is that I think we need to have better visibility on all the activity, not all the activities going on, but the important activities going on. We discussed part of that with kind of that sheet that talks about where projects are. I think that we should publish the board agenda and package on Tuesdays, not Thursdays. So there's time for everyone to look at it and offer input. And even if there needs to be a change, there still would be time conceivably to make that change. I think we need to find ways, again, to work more closely with staff and the town manager so that when there are things that aren't going as we are thinking, we talk about it early in the process and we have a chance to talk about it and address it. And we address it one-on-one or we address it as a board. So that we can kind of nip things in the bud and we don't get too far down the path. So I think that specific to the police chief process, that was definitely part of what happened, is that people had different expectations and none of us were able to pull it together. I think as we think about some of the more community related activities, be it the Venetian Moon tent, be it the cell tower, discussions, all these things, we found ourselves wanting more input, but at the same time, we've gotten a fair amount of input probably, but it didn't turn out to be enough. And each time we catch the blowback and say, wow, how do we make sure this doesn't happen again? And again, I don't offer a silver bullet other than to say, I think we need to talk it through. I think we need to try changing things a little bit. I think we need to be clearer sometimes with our expectations as a board. So it may be that the 5 of us need to kind of talk about some of these issues more regularly. And again, it's an open session. We got to talk about it that way. But I think that that is one of the things that we could all work toward that would really help this. And I think that, you know, we can, each one of us can point fingers at different things, and that's fine. And you know, we need to kind of work those through. But I think we also need to fix something that kind of is happening more than once as a problem that we want to kind of address. And I think, you know, as it turns out, we probably have the right group on the call at the moment, although we're specific to kind of Bob's review. But this is the group that we need to work with. I'm zipping my lip. Other members? Oh, Bob.
Yeah, one thing that Mark and I discussed specifically in terms of the Tuesday packet was I can certainly, with a less dynamic agenda, I can certainly write a deeper background for the board in my sort of meeting overview. It's usually 1 or 2 pages. I've noticed on a number of times, and this is probably more specific to Zoom and working remotely, which we never really discussed as a group as to how do we need to change our operations. And, you know, I could just, it's much easier to talk in person and don't feel like you're interrupting than in Zoom. There's been a couple of times at least where I expected more conversation to happen both from myself and from staff, and the board felt like it was finished and said, oh, this is terrific, we're all set. And I wasn't sure where my challenge flag was. So I could write a more comprehensive overview of certain issues that I think will be complicated and require, you know, certain perhaps multi-step meetings. You would have no way to know that, you know, if my comments aren't brought forward that night. And I'm always hesitant in terms of, you know, I don't want to be disrespectful, but there have been times when I bite my tongue and say the board needs more. And Mark and I talked about that, and he had some good suggestions of how I could do that, and no one would be mad at me. But one of them is to just at the get-go start up by giving you maybe even a whole page on one agenda item because it's complicated or because there's multi-steps. And if the board had that on a couple of the issues that Mark has outlined, I think you'd have felt much more involved or understanding of a process, as opposed to relying on us to do it the way we've always done it in person, which is to have a conversation. But that does require the agendas to be a little less fluid. You know, I pretty much need to know on a Friday that the agenda for a week and a half from then is got some fixed elements to it. And so over the weekend, I can start producing something for a Tuesday packet. I think that would be helpful for the board.
Ann.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Bob. I think what my remarks go to what both Mark and Bob have said. At the last time we discussed our process for the town manager evaluation, I said I plan to speak with Bob personally and individually, but would report back to the board. And a lot of our conversation, which started over email and concluded this afternoon by way of a Zoom call, involves some of the issues that Bob and Mark have already brought to light. But I think sort of some of the high level conflict management and mitigation that I had referenced in my evaluation and had handed out sort of the lowest marks in that category, I think go to a couple of things that we've just been discussing and that I think we can do better going forward. And that has to do with providing relevant and important information to the board that allows us to take action as necessary and to be informed in our decision making. Relative to the police chief selection process, I know that I at least was unaware of the morale issue within the department relating to the timeline of the police chief selection until days before our meeting on February 11th. And certainly hindsight is 2020. But if we had been made aware of that earlier, perhaps we could have taken some action that could have mitigated some of the conflict and fallout that that came about that at that meeting. And then the other piece, and I think that that's an example of the board needing information to be able to take action as necessary. And so I talked to Bob today about, maybe having a sort of meteor town manager update and memorandum at the outset of the meetings could go to mitigate some of those issues. And I think even some of the communication policy that Bob and I have been working on, if we adopt it, which really does encourage the town manager to be in touch and err on the side of being in touch with all board members on issues that are of importance to the community, could go to some of that as well. Another, I think, relating to the Venetian Moon tent and the cell tower, I think sort of a lesson learned as a result of those two processes is the importance of providing direct notice to residents and businesses of issues that impact them directly. I think we've, a couple times have now had that lesson hammered home to us as to its importance. And then I did also touch base briefly with Bob on the Board of Health situation. I think we're in a good place right now, while in the period or during the period subject to the review. So for the last fiscal year, I was in fairly regular contact with whomever was the Board of Health chair. I did understand that there were needs of both the Board of Health and the Health Department that were not being met, and that Board of Health members were taking on a heavy burden. I understood that the given chair was in contact with Bob, and I know that has continued to be the case to this day. And I am very pleased now with the new, and I understand that the current Board of Health and past chairs are pleased with the hiring of the interim Health Department and the direction with the Health Department assessment. So I think, but that there was not, because I think Bob had thought that I had said that there was a perception that there had been no issues, but that was not my understanding. I understood that there had been issues, but that there was regular communication as to how to address them. I think that's what I have for the moment. Thanks.
Other board members? Vanessa.
Thanks, Mark. I think throughout my evaluation, my theme was communication and sort of the lack of it that sometimes gets this board into challenging situations. We've seen it with building security. We've seen it with the staffing of the Health Department. We saw it with police department morale. I am concerned at the level, at the degree of explicitness that we are required to state in order to be informed about significant town issues that we need to make important decisions on. And it is very challenging to do this job when we lack that information. And we're seeing that, again, with the water And I am frustrated with this need to explicitly state that this board needs to be informed. It should be a given. And throughout the evaluation and throughout the goals, I was very specific in ways that I wanted to improve that communication with the board so that we can best represent the residents of the town.
Thanks, Vanessa. Carlo or Karen? Karen.
Sure, I'll go next. Yeah, this was my first go round doing an evaluation, and I found it to be very difficult. And I think I stated earlier tonight that you need to have metrics and specifics and deliverables to be able to say whether something was accomplished. So I think we spent a lot of time fixing that going forward, and I think it'll be easier and we'll have good success. But I would also say that I don't disagree with either of my previous two select board speakers. You know, if there are morale issues in any department, I want to know about them. This is amazing seeing all of you here today because, you know, in previous years, we'd regularly be meeting around the table, and I don't know if I've seen any of you in person since COVID started. So this is going to be an ongoing challenge for us. And I think it is critical that we have working relationships between department heads as well as the town manager and the select board, individual select board members. And I would also agree that the absence of direct notice to residents and businesses has come back and bit us several times in the previous year and already this year. And it is really clear to me that if we're going to make we're proposing significant changes, if somebody's thinking along those lines, the select board needs to know about it. The residents directly affected need to know about it. And we're not always all going to agree. Not everyone is going to be happy, but boy, we need to let people know, and we need to know. And we're going to make mistakes. And I think we can try things during a pandemic, and we can admit that we made a mistake. And living through the Venetian Moon 10 is a great example of we made a decision based on the information we were given. It was not complete, and we had to spend a lot of time fixing that. And I know we're going to do better next year because in general, it was a great effort. But again, it speaks to the importance of direct and specific communication from the town for anything as monumental as a big change in parking usage. I'm really happy that we've been able to bring in more talented volunteers on the Board of Health to the ones we've lost. In addition, I'm amazed that we were able to bring on a staff member. And I know in my review, I saw that we, like a number of other communities, were understaffed and underprepared in that area. And perhaps they weren't as independent as they needed to be. And thankfully, one of the prior chairs as well, I believe, wrote out an extensive list of all of the things that the Board of Health volunteers were doing that gets back to the new goal going forward. How do we relieve the burden on the volunteers? Well, we've got a roadmap to show what they were doing so that we can map out, you know, what is staff doing? Are we staffed appropriately to get all this done? And if we're not, then that's something that can be brought to the select board and bring it to town meeting. And the only other thing that it took me a little bit to figure out what was missing was greater visibility. So the command was something that as a select board member, I didn't have a lot of visibility into the communications. And again, if this had been non-COVID scenario, perhaps we would have all been in those meetings. But since we weren't, not all of the select board were in those meetings, you know, we weren't in a position to do our job well and to be accountable. So that's an area that we need to do better on going forward. And God help us, hopefully we're going to work our way out of this pandemic and not need to have a command meeting every week, because I realize that is time lost that you all could be working on something for the future of the town and not dealing with these tactical issues. So so that's all. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Carlo.
Thanks. Thanks for everyone joining us and staying up late. It's pretty common for us, unfortunately. Since elected, we've been reacting to a lot of things, and some good, some bad. You know, COVID obviously bad, but the town, I think, and town staff has done a great job. A couple mass distributions, checking on the elderly, volunteering, supporting the Reading Food Pantry. So many great things, and I'm missing some too, but so many great things have come out of COVID that the town and the residents have done. But yeah, no one's perfect, the five of us or anyone on the screen, but we all do our best. And this is a great town. It's a very desirable town to live in. Young families are still moving here. Home values are great, but there's still work to do. And I think Bob does a great job. I think Bob has handled COVID as well as he could without never having done it before, just like the rest of us. But we all can improve. And I know this is an evaluation for Bob. It's my first one. I've been self-employed my whole life. I've only had to evaluate myself. And I know all my faults and my strengths, but I'm getting to know Bob more and more. I've known him before I was elected as a business owner in town, but I think what my fellow board members said is, I don't want to say accurate, but definitely is, raises some concerns, but it's challenging. And yes, residents need to be informed when something's impacting them, but we can't make every resident happy. We've learned that over these past 5 or 6 months. But when we try, I mean, you know, we try to do good things, and sometimes we have to fix it. And sometimes we fix it, we make things worse. So it's always a balancing act. But in general, my first review in my life that I've done, and it was challenging. But I think overall, as a town, I think given comparing us to our peer communities and our peer towns, we've done pretty well. I'm concerned with COVID, as many of us are, and Carrie spoke at the very beginning of the meeting about going forward and how we're going to handle this. It's up to us, and it's up to us as parents, up to us as neighbors and residents to look out for each other and support our businesses and look out for our elderly residents and do the best we can. But I think we have to do a better job of communicating. That's obviously critical to how we handle and how we react. It'd be nice to have things given to us in advance. Having those command meeting notes is helpful. Having issues in town get resolved and we know about it would also be helpful. So I think we're moving in a good direction. And I think we just have to keep on top of it and not spin out wheels as much on, you know, talking too much and just trying to, like what Bob asked, you know, what do you expect of me? What's a good date? What's a good goal? And we have to at least pick something and then address it when it, you know, comes about. As far as did more COVID come? Did an unexpected expense come? Did something happen in the world that affected our little town? So we've been doing the best we can since March, I think. But and to do a lot of people here doing their job above and beyond. I mean, being part of command and what Mark has done, and Chief Clark and Chief Jackson and Bob and Jean and everybody that's involved in all those meetings, weekly, daily in the beginning, was a lot of work, and you should all be commended. And now hopefully we can get through the winter as best we can. So keep up the good work. Thanks.
Thanks, Carlo. Bob, do you want to take a moment to just talk about kind of where we are, and then we should probably move on to section 2 after that.
I'm still not sure I'm following. What's section 2?
So 2 is management and operations.
Oh, okay.
So we
Oh, gotcha.
I think we started out on leadership and professional culture.
Okay.
And I think that's where a lot of the, well, that's where my comments were directed. I think that's kind of the core of that activity.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. You know, I've heard what everyone said. I agree with some of it. I don't agree with all of it. That's not surprising. You know, COVID is not something that anyone has trained for or planned for. Reading staff, many of them, it turns out, present right now, are acknowledged in the area to be among the best trained staff for emergency management. We go to meetings in Wakefield and we normally have 12 to 15 people. Most other communities have 2 or 3. We have all disciplines represented, and the running joke is always, if there's a real emergency, Reading will fix it. Well, Reading couldn't fix this emergency all by itself. I'm certainly very proud of all the work done, but in no sense have we prepared for this or trained for this. When we have tabletop exercises, the longest event I can ever recall is maybe 72 hours, where then everyone will be exhausted and they can go relax for a while, and then we can talk about what went well and what went badly. There's been no relaxing since March, and it's going to be a ways off before we can do that. So, you know, one of the most useful management tools there is feedback loop, is performance measurement. We're in the middle of something where we just can't afford to do a lot of that. We're too busy dealing with the next crisis. You know, command met daily for a while. It's now down to more or less every other week, or maybe 3 times a month. We have not spent any time, to my recollection, of taking a step back and saying, well, we're not too busy today. How can we assess how we've done? You know, we're still busy. So, you know, some of the comments in this section are still works in progress. And to be honest, we do our best, and I do my best to try to fit in the regular work of the town around these issues. So I think, you know, I would agree with the comment that the town has handled itself well. It's communicated to its residents well, and it's saved lives. I mean, in the months of March and April, there's no question that this town saved lives, and some people on the screen did that. And you should all be very proud of that. You know, there's no competition here between did you do better than the other town. We just did the best we could, and so is everyone else. So I appreciate your remarks. You know, we'll always strive to improve. There's always room for it. And, you know, we've learned along the way that no matter how well we communicate with residents, there's always a way to do more. You know, poor Julie must have led, I don't know, 15 Zoom meetings. And we learned that, no, you really got to knock on doors. Okay, next time we'll knock on doors. It's a learning process. You know, and COVID has some impact on everything we do, including how the board conducts itself. And it's not something that we've had the time and the luxury to really dissect. So I appreciate all your comments.
Let me make one quick comment. We can go on to number 2. There's a quote that I use in all of my classes. And the quote is, "The only thing that is constant is change." And you might think that that's a pretty recent comment that some philosopher came up with. Well, it turns out it's a guy named Heraclitus who said it in like 500 BCE. You know, things need to be very dynamic, and our mission is we got to do better. We have to figure out how we're going to do that, and it's going to be always wanting to figure that out. Not that things are bad or great, but always working in a process to figure out how to do it better. And I think, you know, we 5 are the elected, you know, representatives for the town. You folks are the backbone and the structure that makes it all work. And that we have to find how we can communicate better and get our stuff done better, always. And, you know, it's a constant goal. And Bob, I take your point, you know, when you're playing whack-a-mole, sometimes you don't realize that there's, sorry, Chief Burns and Assistant Chief Jackson, and there's a fire behind you. You're sitting there hitting the mole. I get it. And sometimes, you know, we're learning some lessons. And I think the issue of talking to neighbors by knocking on doors in COVID is really not an easy thing to do, but we still have to figure out how to do something more. And I think that's good. I'm viewing this session as a chance to kind of talk those through and figure out, okay, how do we go forward? What's next? Anyway, section 2. So this is page 64, for those of you following along. Management and operations. I don't want to speak to this one. Sorry, Ann.
Just wanted to express my appreciation for the way Bob, as always, keeps our fiscal boat afloat. And, you know, it's really striking how we've managed under Bob's leadership not to be, you know, engaging in mass layoffs like other communities have had to do. And I think that's a testament to prudent fiscal management over a long period of time.
Other members? Karen?
Well, if this is the section where I explicitly said we're in a lot better financial shape than we were 10 years ago, however long it's been. We have much better cash reserves now. We've been growing as a community, and Bob has helped us continue on that path and maintaining our bond rating. We can't solve all of our financial problems because the wants are too large for our revenue streams. However, I can still remember when we had $1 million in the bank and we were like, no ladder truck this year. So, you know, kudos, that's strong financial management.
So I would chime in with a couple of other things also. I think that, you know, one of the things we've been talking about as it relates to COVID in particular, but even before, is leadership. And I'm going to talk about leadership because I think that, you know, we're all here learning, but I think, Bob, you set a very exceptional example in a lot of the activities that are required in leading the town forward, leading your team forward, keeping us on a good keel. And even pre-COVID, I think there are a lot of things that fit that, you know, that description really, really well. And you know, I was fairly strong. I was very strong on this particular area. You know, that said, there are some areas that weren't as strong. And to me, it related to managing conflict. I think that there were a number of issues where we ran into problem either as board members or we were made aware of things that were going on. And those are areas that we just talked a little bit about also, but how do we work better through those? You know, how do we kind of take some of those bumps out? And, you know, again, offered as feedback to you, you know, that was the kind of the biggest piece to me where I just wanted to make sure that we think about conflict. Yeah, just kind of how we deal with it. When we're hearing about it as board members from residents, we need to find a way to kind of, we don't want to be all over things, and we certainly, I see Sean down here on the screen, we don't want to be getting into personnel things. But I think part of it is, you know, when something's coming up, to be able to talk about it, maybe privately if that's the right way to do it, and to feel that, you know, somehow that activity is being thought through. Not that you're not thoughtful, but more that there's action being taken to resolve it. Again, feeling, because when it comes to us, then now we're starting to get into he said, she said kinds of things, which, you know, none of us want to do. That's not where we're going to excel.
Mark, if I could ask, and I don't mean to interrupt, I'm just looking at the form and I don't see this comment. So conflict where or between whom? Is it residents, volunteers, staff? All of the above?
Not residents. I think it would be volunteers and staff. you know, even just thinking through how the discussion on Board of Health, where different people had different impressions of what was going on. So members of the Board of Health, you know, were sharing some frustrations with Ann and in some cases with me, and kind of how that came to resolution. So that's an example for me.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else from the board? Vanessa?
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I mean, I think both Ann and Karen mentioned this earlier, but the communication on staff morale, I think, is an important one. It was a valuable lesson learned of complications that can arise when this board is not fully informed on what's happening. And that's not to say that this board should be involved in the nitty-gritty everyday HR issues, because that's clearly not our role. But if there are significant issues, again, the police department and the health department are two that come to mind. These are areas where the board could have provided more support. And if there are some things that are perhaps more delicate and not something you necessarily want to say in public, then maybe that is something that you say, I have an issue with a particular department. I'm going to be reaching out to all 5 of you separately. Or if it's a particular personnel issue, you know, we do have executive session. But we as a board have really struggled because of the lack of information that has been made available to us. And I think that that's an area that I would like to see more collaboration with the town manager.
Thanks, Vanessa. Should we roll on to the next section? Okay. So I am now on page, it says 64. Sorry, that's the wrong place, right?
67, I think.
Mark, before we jump to the next section, I realized there was one comment that I made regarding a particular department. I left it unnamed. I spoke to Bob about it separately. Apparently, I did such a good job of making it anonymous that all of the departments thought I was talking about them. So that's unfortunate. I apologize for any distress I may have caused. Bob is aware of my concerns. We've talked about it a couple different times over the years. And so I don't know how the board, you know, Bob has always asked that when we have issues with staff that we not raise that publicly. I wanted to respect Bob's wishes on that, and so intentionally left it very vague. But I don't know how the board would like to sort of address this particular issue. I'm happy to continue to have discussions with Bob offline. Generally, I much prefer the transparent approach, but again, wanting to respect personnel privacy.
Right, I would think it would make sense for you to be in touch with Bob and or Sean as necessary, but I don't think the board needs to be involved.
Is the rest of the board comfortable with that approach?
I think generally speaking, yes. I think that if it's not being addressed, then there has to be an escalation channel. And I'm not sure exactly what that is. But generally speaking, yes.
Okay. So Bob, you and I can continue that conversation offline and work through any potential solutions there. So thank you.
Section 3 is community engagement. Any comments?
In my comment had been to commend Bob, Jane, staff for doing a great job with the COVID-19 updates to the community, the website, the reverse 911 calls. I think that's been a real, all the work that Human and Elder Services has done, reaching out to residents. I think that's been really important work and valuable work, and has been a true service to the community. So thank you.
Anyone else want to chime in?
Well, my comments are there. I had kind of a rough start, and granted, I started my service on this board during COVID, and I realized a lot of things were going on. And there isn't exactly a training platform for this job either. So I outlined some areas where I felt like I was not able to get the response that I needed. And I think in the beginning of COVID and the whole out of office thing, different staff were and the town manager were sort of communicating with people differently. I still think it's a little tough we need to be able to talk to each other. Email can be a horrible time waster. If there's any kind of complexity to a question or a project that you're working on, email just makes everything worse. So again, I would like to, in no way should a select board member ever, give staff new tasks that they're not authorized to do. But on the other hand, I want to feel like we can work together and make proactive progress on common initiatives outlined in the goal. So I'm hopeful that we can figure out a way to operate more productively for everyone in this this Zoom world, because it doesn't seem that it's going away. And I am certainly I appreciated communications I have gotten, and I've tried to respond, and I have a full-time job as well. So I can't always be the most timely responder, but I'm going to work on that as well. And as really, I still feel like the bulk of my communication with everybody is via email, and that's not sufficient. So if I would like to see things change going forward, I'd like to just make sure that we are using other mechanisms of communication.
Okay. So those are the three categories.
And then there's an overall.
Yeah. So, is it overall, or there's also suggestions for the future, right? Let me see, where am I here? Yeah, so board member, feel free. Go ahead, Carl.
No, 71, page 71 was suggestions for the future.
Yep. So my comments in here really relate more to community engagement, and engagement's not the same as just kind of outreach, because we've been learning that there are no single techniques to reach people. There are no acceptable single ways to do it. And as many times, I applaud Julie for the number of meetings that were had related to parking in particular, a number of which each of us participated in. And at the end, that didn't turn out to be enough, lesson learned for us. And we want to find ways that we can be somehow more kind of, I don't know if engaged is the right word, but somehow more kind of hearing what's going on in the community, particularly when there's something that's going to impact a group of people. We find, Reading is a very active and vibrant community, and people often want to share their opinions. And part of our job is to make sure, as other members have said, that we hear those opinions we won't be able to satisfy everybody, but we need to make a judgment based on what we do understand. And then, you know, the 5 of us, that's what we signed up to do, is to make the decisions based on that. And I think we just want to make sure that we're hearing the community side of it, and thinking about how we can do it more as kind of a building of a bridge with people, as opposed to only people, you know, reacting kind of in snap judgments. And COVID's made that harder and worse, because nobody's really happy right now. Just kind of the way it is. But that's the area that I'd like to help focus on this year, is kind of how to figure it out. It's not a finger pointing. It's very much we need to figure out how to do better, and we're all going to be part of the solution to do it. Vanessa.
Thanks, Mark. So I had included changes for how to move forward throughout, including, you know, I'll use building security as an example, which is with the understanding that much of this got delayed for a variety of reasons. But providing, you know, key updates to the board at regular intervals. But I think, you know, what this all boils down to for me is communication. We as a board have to know what is going on in order to serve this community well. And that communication needs to start with the town manager towards us, as he is responsible for all of the day-to-day operations. And this board relies very heavily on the town manager to keep us well informed. And, you know, I've said it before, we cannot do this job if we don't know what's happening. So keep us in the loop. I don't know how much more simply I can say it. We need to know what's happening when there are morale issues. We need to know what's happening when there are significant changes in the scope of a project, like what happened with the cell tower. You know, when we ask that residents be informed, whether it be for parking or for the water tower, that needs to happen. Residents deserve to know what is going on. And this is an area we have, you know, the town has failed at recently. You know, Karen mentioned the Venetian moon. This is another situation that we had a lot of headaches. And we rely on Bob to help us with that. It needs to be better.
Yeah.
You know, we were going through the town manager's goals this evening, and I view them as town manager and select board goals together in a sense. And I am hopeful that in this upcoming fiscal year, we will, you know, the select board, the town manager, and town staff will kind of be working together as a team for on behalf of our community, and I'm sort of looking forward to that work, and I, you know, my figurative door is always open. Anyone can feel free to give me a call anytime. Part of the town manager goals that I had suggested was a community conversation around building relationships, and I would like to be part of that effort, and certainly hope to be actively building relationships with residents, with staff, with my fellow board members, because I think together with, you know, with open communication within the context of the open meeting law, but with open communication and working together, I think we can get to a good place. And just lastly, I hope that the town manager and staff are able to find some time to take some well-deserved vacation days. The pandemic is not a short-term thing. You have all been working in overdrive for a long time, and I hope that you can get some rest and restoration after all your very, very hard work in a very difficult time. Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Karen, Carlo? Follow up, Carlo?
I'm just looking forward to get some stuff done. Some fun stuff, some good stuff, and I think that will happen, but I'm nervous that we're kicking the can down the road a little bit on some stuff, but I think we're talking through it and working through it, and I'd like to see some kind of plan for Simon's Way in the upcoming year. I know Camp Curtis is to me it's a pipe dream, but who knows? But Walker's Brook too. There was a nice presentation last year about that. Again, baby steps, but I think with parking and trying to fill these empty storefronts and other stuff that's coming up, I would like to see some good things happen to this town. We need to become more of a destination. We're a cut through. I just was interviewed by a student for a project about downtown Reading, and I gave him my 2 cents, but it was, and it's hard. It's hard right now. Like what Eilish is doing, I can't believe what she's doing. I really can't. I mean, it's amazing. A lot of businesses are doing well. A lot of businesses are getting by. A lot of businesses are struggling. So how do you find that happy medium? But I just, Reading's a great town, and I'm hoping we can move the ball forward on some projects with Bob's help and the staff's help, and that's what I look forward to. And that's it. Thanks.
So, if I could add, maybe I'll add one more thing, and then Bob, I would ask that maybe you share some of your thoughts. I think I want to make sure that everyone on this call, and those not, know how appreciative we are of the efforts that you folks are making. Certainly COVID related, but beyond that as well, in supporting this town, in doing things well, in doing things right. And part of our job is how well we do our job very much relates to how you folks are able to do your job, and how you are comfortable in being able to do your job. And Ann said, call me, call any of us. I think that's great. And really, we would ask that you do that if there are questions or comments. But maybe the other thing that we need to do is find a way to just kind of have some discussions with staff in a Zoom format, because all the things that we used to do, walking into town hall, seeing each other at meetings and having time before or after the meeting, it doesn't exist now, and won't for a while probably. And it would be great to kind of figure out ways how to have some discussions and hear from you folks also. I mean, Bob, don't kill me, but Bob shared with me some frustrations that you folks have as well. And we need to be able to understand that also. I always view, who are we serving? Obviously, we're serving the residents, but part of that is through the town and with the town. And you folks are I called it the backbone before. I think that's right. And we're here. We're volunteers. We're doing the best that we can as well. But I think we're also here because we have some vision and some ideas for things that we want to make happen, and things that we want to do better, sometimes differently. And we won't be perfect. And we know that, and we have a number of people who let us know that on a regular basis. But we want to be able to work with you to get stuff done and to kind of accomplish a lot of these goals. And Carla, what you were just saying, spot on. There's a lot of stuff that was flying, and some of it got put on hold. But there's other stuff that still goes on and needs to happen. And some of it is the everyday, making sure that everyone is safe and comfortable, or as comfortable as they can be in COVID. And some of it is deciding what we're going to do next and how we do it next. And, you know, we set goals tonight for Bob, 9 of them. And I know that he'll be sharing them with you. I'm sure he's already shared them with you, but I know we'll all be talking about it. We want to be working with you to get that stuff done. And I want to make sure that we find ways to open our channels of communication, not close them and not create barriers. Bob? Oh, I'm sorry, Karen.
No, thank you. Very well said, Mark. I just want to say that I recognize that everyone on the screen is a senior position with lots of experience, and we are really lucky to have that. We would not be able to accomplish the goals that we have set tonight together if we didn't have your experience. So I just want you to know I recognize that, and I'm grateful for it. Except for Kevin C. I don't think we've met, but I'll just assume. So thank you for all you do. I thank you for your expertise and your willingness to go and come and join us at 10:45. Sorry.
57. Bob, can I turn it to you? Any comments you'd like to make?
About 2 hours. No, I'm not going to say much. One of the things that we as an organization have done really well to our detriment is to make things easy. You don't realize how hard it is to do the most routine things right now. We don't see each other. We don't meet, just like you haven't seen staff. I haven't either. Just to get a town meeting organized is very difficult. You know, and I like the fact that we've done such a good job that the board is very comfortable in adding 9 goals. I guarantee you none of my peers are getting 9 goals. And I'm not complaining at all, because that's what Reading is, and I like that. But to the extent the board is ever unhappy or unsatisfied, once in a while, just remember what we're dealing with. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's exhausting. You know, and again, I'm very proud of the staff and the way they've reacted. And I'm not at all saying everyone is perfect. That's not true. So we'll always work to improve. Communication is certainly an area that's been identified, you know, throughout the last couple of weeks. And, you know, I'll talk to staff and see what they took away as to how can we improve on that. You know, I think, you know, the board discussed a communications policy tonight that Ann did a great job on, and I hope you do approve it. You can't appreciate how helpful that will be for me in order to just communicate with you in a way you want. I've asked the question of a board a couple of years ago to do that. And until we have a clear understanding of what that is, no one's going to be satisfied. And I understand that. One of the other challenges, which is not a complaint, but Mark and I have talked about this a lot, is different board members have different desires for how to conduct the business of the town. And that's certainly appropriate. But it's unrealistic to think that Mark and I might have a 1 or 2 hour discussion about a topic, and then I can do the same thing with the other 4 members. That just can't happen as a practical matter. So we'll have to talk about how to pick and choose. You're always all welcome to communicate with me. Email's the best to get my attention to set up something, and Zoom is a very effective way of communicating. It's far better than email. And I'm more than willing to do that. But the board shouldn't set an expectation that Bob is going to have a 2 hour discussion on a given topic with each of them for every meeting. You know, that's what the meeting's for. But if there's something that's really out of bounds, that's really, you know, disturbing you or bothering you, or you just want to touch base, I understand how hard it is not to just be able to drop in the office and talk to any of us. I totally get that. But please reach out. I can't know what it is that you need more information on or you're not comfortable with. You need to tell me. And when you do that, we always do the best we can. So, you know, in summary, I appreciate your remarks. It's an exhausting time for all of us. And we just need, in addition to Ann lecturing me earlier about taking time off, which I appreciate, that's your job. We need that, but we also need time to almost hit the stop button and talk about the bigger picture as staff. We're so busy doing the work that we don't, our department head meetings are different now. It's dealing with crises. It's not, gee, wouldn't it be nice to do this over the next 3 months? So maybe, one of the things I can just try to do a better job of is calling a timeout and forcing us to all do that as staff. Just say, I know everyone's busy, but you know what? For this morning, this is all we're going to do. We're going to work on whatever it is, and we'll try to do better at that. I'm very proud of the staff, and I know the town is very appreciative of staff. That's one thing that we haven't really discussed, but 98% of my interaction with residents that I don't know is very positive, and that's what keeps me coming to work. I can't even tell you how many people in the last 6 months especially have stopped to give a kind word. And I know they've done the same for a lot of our employees, and I really appreciate that. And I thank the community that's taking out time of their day at a time when everyone's having a struggle and saying a kind word, because it really, really does go a long way. So I just want to thank everyone for that. And that's it.
Thanks, Bob. Obviously, there should be a kind of an ongoing conversation as opposed to a, once a year session, but very helpful. Any other thoughts from board members? Comments? Scanning the faces. All good. I appreciate the hour is late, but I really want to get through the minutes because I think they'll be quick. Can we move to that? Thanks, folks. Thanks to department heads, assistant department heads. Thanks for joining us tonight. It was, I didn't kind of know until the last minute, but Bob kind of mentioned, I was kind of like, well, that actually, I think that's actually a really good thing here. So appreciate that you guys took the time to join. And please talk to us. Dave hears from me sometimes on a couple of things. But we should be in touch. Please feel free. And obviously if something's on your mind, feel free to, you can talk to Bob about it, who will definitely talk to us, or direct. We're trying to figure out how to get this stuff done. And you folks are the experts in terms of how that's going to happen. So without further ado, thank you. You're more than welcome to stay and listen to our minutes, but that's not necessary by any means. Thanks, folks. Let's go to the, sorry, is 10.6 the first one? 10.6 is the first one. Page 76. I have one comment on it. Sorry that I didn't send over to you, Caitlin. Actually on page 78 in the packet. On Ann's comment, Ann Landry noted she would like to see more social injustice goals. I think you meant social justice goals.
Just typing too fast.
Yep. No worries.
I also got a few comments tonight. I think Anne had one edit. Oh, that was one of her edits.
It was one of my edits.
Do you want me to share my screen for Anne's?
Please.
Okay. Hold on one moment.
I believe that's the one, so just to give folks a preview. I suggest that was one where in my liaison report, I read aloud from a couple emails I'd received from Carrie Dunnell, from the chief, and I read aloud from a press release. And I was just thinking that the minutes could reference them and we could attach them.
Yes. Yeah, I think that is best practices. That's exactly what we should do.
And yep, I did. I don't know if you can read the rest.
Can you
the
see
rest.
them?
Yeah, page 1 of these. Justice. Yep, thank you on the contract. I'm fine with all of them.
Everyone good with those ones?
Are there others you're going to put up as well?
Yeah, well, Vanessa sent me some. I'm not sure if there's for this, hers were for 1020. So I think that was it for 10:06. Right.
I have actually one more on 10, sorry, two small ones on 10:06, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, with these minutes, can you attach the goals that I had typed that night? Just put those into the packet as well, because we created them during the meeting. Those should be in there.
Okay.
And I'm good with that one completely. Those are all my comments.
Caitlin, I think I've once given this a sort of like a high level minutes suggestion, but I think we need to say, documents that were relied on at the meeting. So I think if in all of the minutes we can just reference that the packet exists, I think that would be good.
Okay.
And you're suggesting those exact words, documents used or documents relied on during the meeting.
Date, board packet or something like that, I think is good.
Okay, or if they're.
I think I think I say stuff like that when there's a presentation. I'm like, you can find the presentation in the packet. So I can say something like that, every topic that has stuff relevant.
And if there's outside stuff like what Ann spoke about, letters that you had.
Is that what you meant, Ann?
I was thinking I could send you those documents and you could attach them to the end of the
Yeah, but for the other thing, did I get that right for like referencing the packet?
I think that you can have like a sort of like the date, the members, documents reviewed in meeting, like the packet or something, the date.
Okay.
Any other passes at 10:06? Now, Carla, could you make a motion to approve these minutes, please?
Motion to approve the minutes of October 6, 2020 as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I'm not sure who said it first. Everybody did. So your choice, Caitlin.
Okay.
It's after 11 now. Could you guys hear the cat whining in the background? I don't think she was showing up on the Zoom, but.
Let's take a vote. Carlo.
Yes.
Ann.
Yes.
Vanessa.
Yes.
Karen.
Yes.
Mark, yes. Let's go on to 10:20.
Yes. So I'll show.
Oh, sorry, I have the wrong screen open.
Okay, so can you see Ann's again? Should I make them bigger?
Oh, sorry, 10:20, page 3 immediately.
Can you see down here?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Everyone good with that?
Vanessa, Carla, you guys good with that?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, and then Vanessa's edits. Can you read those?
Thank you. Okay.
That's fine.
And then Mark had, let's see.
little bit longer on this one. Sorry, folks.
That's good. I'm good with that.
That looks good.
Yep.
Great.
Okay.
Any other comments, folks? No, I think we're good. Carla, could you make a motion on these, please, too?
Motion to approve the minutes of October 20th, 2020 as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
And second that time. Thank you. Any other discussion? Oh, let's take a vote. Carlo,
Yes.
Ann,
Yes.
Vanessa,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Mark, yes. Anything else that needs to be covered here? If you have future agenda items, maybe just send them to me and Bob. But pretty much what you saw in the last, in the packet, I think is what we're talking about, with the exception of the executive session being the first item.
If I could ask, do people know if they plan to attend Thursday night to the Zoom session?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
You're posted, but I just need to know, does Caitlin need to go to do minutes?
oh.
I cannot make it.
I might attend late.
If you don't know now, if you could just shoot either of us an email over the next 2 days, that'd be great.
Just a reminder, which session is this? Because it's late and I've lost track.
This Thursday night, there's a Zoom meeting for the stretch code.
Stretch code.
It's a
I
public.
will not
information-
be there.
Okay.
I don't think I'll be there. Will it be televised?
That's a really good question. RCTV is going to be there. He could probably talk now. My guess is it probably won't be live. Just a guess, but it's an offbeat meeting, so I think it's going to be recorded.
Oh, yeah. So we really do have some town meeting members who are not technologically connected that still depend on RCTV. Is there any possibility we could make sure that's live?
Talk to the icon.
Yes, Phil
Okay,
confirms
says
yes.
There we go.
Phil confirms. Thank you, Phil.
Really? Thank you. You probably
Now
know.
you
who
can all
I'm
stay
talking
home.
about. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. Okay, thank you. That's all.
All right, Carlo, could you make a motion to adjourn, please?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Karen. All right, Carlo,
Yes.
Ann? I couldn't hear you, Ann, sorry.
Excuse me. Yes.
Vanessa,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Mark, yes. We are adjourned. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Phil. Thanks, everyone. That was a long night. I think we accomplished a ton.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.